Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Sorry, we weren't saying hello back, and that does not help.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hi.
We are live. I can see it.
Perfect.
Hi.
And I can hear it.
First, and I can hear it, and I can hear this lovely cast. So first off, just in case, there is an overlay that might pop up for Disco Elysium. If you would like to not see the overlay, in the upper right corner, I think of it, you can hover it, and there's a little click it so that it's away, so that you don't have to see it. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Foxhole Fridays, where we do our RPGs, and I'm so happy to have you here. And I just think I need to split the audio earlier in the chain so that I can have it in two different places. That's what I think. Anyhow, how are you all? I'm happy to be here. This is am I looking at the wrong cam? Oh, I am. Hold on. I can fix that. They're seeing something that oh, hold on. Give me a second. Thank you for that heads up. It is the wrong cam. The cast sees the correct cam, but you all see the wrong cam.
As it should be.
As it should be.
That's right.
The cast is the priority. Where am I?
That's right.
Where's
Take that, chat.
Come on there, chat. This is me, and then I want this, and then I want that. Ta-da! Good. Wait, yes.
Right.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and welcome to The Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It is good to have you all back, and it's good to be here, and I am excited for this is season 2. Now, technically, we had sort of I was going to call it an episode. I'm going to just call last week episode 1. It's fine. But last week we had a special episode where, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I'm not going to talk about any about that yet. I'm going to right now just say a big hello. Hi. Thank you for being here for our show, our epic sci-fi show. We've got an amazing cast. We've got an amazing just group of folks who are in the audience and watching us, and I want to say thank you for being here. And before I start off, I want to get the what do you call it, the admin out of the way and say there are many ways that you can support us, and being here and watching the show is the number one way to support us. You being here helps make this show be what it is. I'm gonna just say something in a bit of a what's the word, a tangent, but I'll make it really quick. There are pre-recorded RPG shows, and there are those that are not pre-recorded, and many people think there's no difference between them. But for me, as both a player and a GM, I feel the world of difference between them. Knowing that you are all out there live makes a difference in the energy to me, and I can see all what you're saying in chat, and the things you say in chat is always really interesting. I love what you all have to say. So everybody here is live. You make a difference to like the vibe, and so thank you all for being here. And all of you who are watching in on YouTube as well, I have much love for all of you all, and do not think that you are not appreciated, because you are.
Forgotten.
You're not forgotten, and we do get. I never forgot they existed. I knew they were there.
Forgot.
What? No. Okay. Here's how you don't forget. They have made comments on YouTube. And I'm going to tell you like one of my favorite comments from this last week. And first off, we have we got it. You may not realize this, cast, but we got a slew of comments last week after last week's episode went live. And we have like Jeffrey Flint said, "Whoa, just whoa, can't wait to see more." And then we have Rangdo says, "So good to have this back." Jose Pastor said, "Cries and happy." And then Christopher Ledbetter says, "I'm so happy the Gamblers are back." We have a bunch of people. Victor, my boy, said, "Is it real?" Yes, season 2. So I want you to, we had a bunch of people who are just super over the moon that we were back. So thank you. And Jeffrey Flint made this comment on last week's session, which, by the way, our players, as far as I know, have not seen yet. So I'm just going to read this, and you can just take it for what you can just make your own mind about what this comment means. Jeffrey Flint on last week's session, the Harlock solo session, said, "Range walk looks strange, but it does serve a purpose, unlike the adjutant's walk used in battalions or change of commands." Ugh. So why are we talking about a range walk? It's a good question. If you don't know, those of you who don't know what a range walk is, when you're in the military and you're on a firing range and you shoot, you've got to go down range to pick up your target. and then bring it back. And when you go downrange to pick up your target, you have to range walk, which is a very, very brisk walk, but you're not allowed to run because then you might trip and fall. So it's like walking, but you usually lower your center of gravity and then like make these huge wide strides. You look kind of Monty Python-esque uh, as you very rapidly move down range because you do not want to be downrange long in case somebody might shoot you. And now how that is relevant to last week in the Harlock, well, I suppose y'all don't know. And
I love
then,
context.
yeah. KY Hawkeye made this one comment, which also you might find interesting. Oh no, not the old Auntie Dagger maneuver.
Yes.
I love
Share
it.
my.
If we were live, I'm sure I'd react to that. Right?
Too
Since we're
familiar with the
pre-recorded.
old empty dagger familiar.
That's right. Take that, YouTube. I mean, here you are, YouTube.
Enjoy.
It'll make a difference for them. Right.
So thank you, YouTubers, and thank you for making comments. And if you would subscribe, that'd be awesome because then I might be able to become a partner at YouTube.
That'd be sweet.
So I know, right? 'Cause I've made the hours. I just haven't made the
just do
the
it.
subs.
Just subscribe.
Yeah. Now there are other ways you can support us, and one is follow all of these wonderful people who I'm going to have introduce themselves in a second. You can also join our Discord. Which why did I just go dark? I'm still here though. I'm here. I'm not here. You can. I pressed the wrong button. It's cool. It's cool. Don't even worry about it. I'm right there. Wrong button press. You can join our Discord where we chat. You can also give tips and bits, and if you do, I will read out those messages over at the intermission at the end. And also we have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, which goes to help pay for this cast because they get paid, and also the artists that we commission for artwork also get paid. And so this is a way to go and help support the show. And we have another really cool, exciting thing. We have a merch store, and we have exciting merch. And right now we have a giveaway that's happening in chat right now. So if you type !enter, you'll be entered into when you have 2 minutes to go and get some of the merch we have. And I want to show off one of the merches that the players are going to be getting from me as a present.
Ooh, sexy merch.
Yay!
Ooh.
Look at that.
Yeah. We've got a t-shirt with the crew. This art is by Void Smoker. And it's got the entire crew and the NPCs on it. And it's very soft and delicious. I mean, I actually haven't eaten it for breakfast, but it's lovely. And this can be yours. Also, you can give it as a gift to other people if you like. Also, I'll be taking notes today in my new Gambler's Notebook, which is lovely.
Cool.
I know, it's there. It's my note taking is going to happen right there. So we've got like a lovely, lovely notebook. We've got a t-shirt, and we've got a massive poster, which is, you cannot see it, but it's on my walls, and it's beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course, if you just want general Foxhole merch, we've got a mug and stickers. But I will be giving the cast and the mods t-shirt codes so they can get them. And also Josh Mean, who's doing art for Crash Jones, will also be getting a t-shirt. And I am going to do a giveaway for a t-shirt from somebody here in chat at the end because I love them and I want you to have one.
Take that, YouTube.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
YouTube. Oh no, YouTube.
I didn't forget about you. Super good.
I'm going to figure out some way to give a t-shirt to somebody on YouTube. I don't know how to do it yet, but I'm going to figure it out.
Got your back.
You know what I could do? I could like make a list of everybody this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. All right, here's what it is. YouTubers, this VOD is going to go up on YouTube 24 hours after it streams, as it does. If you comment on the YouTube video, I'm going to make a list of everybody who's commented, and I'll roll a d20 or whatever it is. Like I'll roll a randomized dice thing, and whoever gets it, I will then message them somehow. We don't have DMs in YouTube.
You can reply to their comment.
I'll reply to their comment and say, hey.
And they have to have commented.
after I've commented, if you can then basically DM me on Twitter or something, I'll work it out, and then I'll get them the code. So y'all on YouTube, do not think I've forgotten you. I haven't forgotten you. If you comment before the next session, right before session episode 3, one of you will get that T-shirt, and I'll announce it because I care. That's all. Okay, that's all of our pre stuff, I think. Yes. No. I'm gonna say this because many people in this cast don't know, and I need to tell them. Really, what I want to do is torture them slightly. Do you know what I mean?
Like, getting us all spandex, latex suits with the merch on it as well.
Yeah.
That would be so amazing.
That's not it. Okay.
Do not tempt me. Because if I could
For
find...
you?
Don't tempt me with a good time, buddy. That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put my green screen on again, and it'll be hilarious. It'll just be a floating head.
I might be able to get... Look, I know latex people. Not people made out of latex, but people who make latex. Look, that's not the point. The point is...
latex people,
The point is, during the break, because we had our season break, because the cast needs to go and sleep and do stuff. I ran a solo campaign, which was using the Ironsworn Starforged system, which is very cool. It's a game system done by Josh Mean, who did that amazing art, and Sean Tompkin, and you can run it solo or with friends, but no GM, or with a GM. And I ran it solo, and we did 6 sessions. We took the whole break to do that. And what did I do for that? I'm telling the cast. For that solo session, I ran a serial of Crash Jones, Space Adventurer. You know, that serial that numerous people whose characters have read in this show. And we did their first big adventure, Crash Jones and the Drinax Barbarians, where Crash Jones did some adventures on Drinax. And some of the things that happened in that fictional show may or may not have parallels to what's happening here. And some of them are not my fault. You click random things, and the random villain was a Zodani bad guy with psionic powers named Baron Severinus Winter, and I did not make up the name Severinus Winter.
Are you kidding?
I am not kidding you.
Wow.
I know.
All right. Well, the big bad reveal has gone out the window. Thanks.
Oh no. Don't even worry about it. Baron Winter's on the side.
Reveal.
What? You didn't know?
But there are some things. There are some things that if you've watched that, some things from last week might have seemed a little bit familiar to you, and maybe other things might show up, and who knows. But we're going to get a poster for that too. And I feel like that's everything that I wanted to say. Except I also want to have the cast introduce themselves. And I do have a question, and it's important. It is important, but it's also super goofy because that's kind of where I'm at right now. So that is life. My friends, if you could introduce who you are, tell the universe who you're playing. This is a campaign about a group of people, antagonists, who have been charged by the king of a fallen empire to sort of become pirates to help rebuild this empire. That's the overall. So if you could say who you are, who you're playing, and if you would, let me answer this question if you would. Does your character enjoy the Crash Jones cereals? Brought to you by GDCO and also Starbeam Chocolate Milk. It's malted and it's good for your bones. And it's true. Right, yeah. And I know that 2 of you already do. Now, if you do, I would love to know the name of your favorite Crash Jones cereal. We already finished and the Drinax Barbarians, but and if not, what media did your PC enjoy while they were growing up? That is the question for today. And also, Rocket Fox, who plays the Harlock, will not be here because of what happened to her character last week. With the how her character died in a volcano, and so you know.
No, I don't believe you.
What?
I believe you
No.
wholeheartedly.
Oh
It was a
my god.
volcano. Because someone is skeptical of me, they are an amazing RP, an amazing actor, an amazing improviser. They are talented in multiple dimensions. They also are like a super nerd, which is also why I invited them to be here. They know their Ada Lovelace, and also they have been in like Star Trek improv, long form improv shows before. So, if you would, Ari, would you say who you are, who you are playing, and then, what media your character enjoyed growing up? And if it were Crash Jones, then which is their favorite serial adventure?
Thank you for such a lovely introduction. Hi, I'm Ari. And yes, I do those things, and I did those things, and sometimes I do other things. It's crazy. Tarika is a very noble individual who has rejected their noble birth and instead has chosen their own path in the world. They, unfortunately, because of their upbringing, did not watch or listen or read or anything having to do with Crash Jones. Instead, all of their upbringing was revolving around understanding the Drinaxian form of painting and interpreting the way that each scroll might be placed and how that placement might change the way that the entirety of the section of that literature could be interpreted. It was very dry, but they know a little bit of Crash Jones now that they've been out in the world, but that was very late in life.
How is your painting, by the way?
They do not consider themselves to be a good painter because they do not consider themselves to be inspired, but it is structurally sound.
Do they enjoy painting?
Not particularly.
Interesting. I'm just going to take notes.
Uh-oh.
No
reason.
No reason.
And we believe you.
Yeah, you should definitely believe me. Absolutely.
Now I totally believe you. Before I didn't believe you, but now I absolutely believe you.
In which case, let's head over to someone who is bold, someone who will do what they need to do for the part, including shaving off their eyebrows or even their mustache, which, like, that's a lot. Someone who
What are
is
eyebrows? But a mustache of the eyes.
Yes, except the difference is when you don't have eyebrows and you take a shower, all of the shampoo just goes right into your eyes.
And your
and
eyes. That's why they're there.
That's
why.
Look, I had to shave my eyebrows for a play once, and I'm telling you, it was like shampoo
Why?
my face the entire time.
Why did you do that? Why didn't you just use Snapcam? Silly.
I know, I should have done. But this person is also a blacksmith, and like that means that if there's a zombie apocalypse, you definitely want this person on your team because they can help you like rebuild society and protect you from zombies. I don't know if they can help you against vampires, but definitely zombies and the apocalypse. And I would definitely, if we were going to be like a survivor, absolutely would have this person live my survivor team 100% as well. Somebody who is also very kind and giving and caring. Mythmatic.
Hi everyone, that's me. I thought you were gonna say Greg after all that. Hi everybody, it's that's right, Greg loves his eyebrows. But hi everyone, it's me, Mythmatic, also known as Cord, because I rebranded recently. So if you see Cord in chat, it's me now. So that's fun. It's my name, and you can follow me on things. I shaved my mustache for a Star Wars game recently that started up on Table Story. Star Wars: Rise of the Apprentice. I'm playing a Padawan who's the opposite of the spectrum for than Baron Severance. He's a good guy, and so yeah, you should go check it out. So I'll be probably balancing. This is probably the facial hair you'll see for this season. Anyway, that's me. I don't have anything else to say. There was a question that you had, something about the cereals.
If
That's what it was.
if your character enjoyed Crash Jones, which I know Severance
You
did,
did, yeah.
what is your favorite Crash Jones cereal?
I think the favorite cereal that Aaron Severance enjoyed was the one where there was a car chase after the heist at the cloning facility.
Uh-huh. A car chase.
Remember that one?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What was the
that was a
title of
good
that
one.
one?
Me, you, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm taking notes.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was it.
It was
Right?
definitely that. Yeah.
That's what I thought it
It
was.
was
Thank you.
definitely
That was
that
the
one.
one
Thank
that,
you. Yeah, that's what it was.
that's the only one Tarika's seen.
That was a
It
really
was
good one.
also the musical cereal.
No, I'm taking
Yeah,
notes.
it was a shoo-in.
It was
Yeah.
the season 3 dry spell. And they're like,
Yeah,
after
they were like,
musical
we're not gonna
episode.
That's what we do.
The music at Christmas
Ted's got a
special.
musical he's been wanting to do. Well, all right, let's just throw it in. Yeah.
I'm just telling you, you're setting me up for joy. That's all.
Oh,
and
I know.
speaking of joy, I want to give love to the third player we have here today, and this player is owner of luxurious wigs, a person who is intense, present, and always willing to give their PCs presents. And by presents, I mean daggers for me to use against them. And I remember this is a person who once said to me, I was playing a character who was a king of a kingdom that no longer existed because it was from a couple hundred years in the past. And he said to me, I know that you will not reclaim your throne before your character has earned it. And one thing that's great about this player is that they are also the same way. They will never claim something until their character has earned it, and that gives me as a GM a huge amount of trust that I can throw all sorts of things at them, including like the plus 15 Vorpal sword of everything, and the character will just not use it until they are ready for it, until they think they've earned it, and that's a wonderful thing. And so, Greg.
Well, thanks so much, my friend. It's great to be back here. Pirates of Drinax, little traveler action. Fridays just didn't seem as fun. Great to be back with the community. Great to be back talking to everybody, seeing the wonderful merch and the progressions of things that have occurred in our absence as the universe continues to spin, which is always a lovely feeling that the world in which your character inhabits is alive. And that's why I keep showing up, because Trooper brings everything to life, whether it be a single NPC or a galaxy full of them, which is neat. And you should always play with somebody who's fucking neat. Anywho, I will be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. He is awesome. He has earned everything, including being questionable when it comes to people that wrong his friends. And so, that's great. And Crash Jones, again, growing up as a farm boy or farm adjacent boy, since he wasn't actually out in the fields and doing that, but he was part of the culture of agriculture. And his favorite was Crash Jones and the Nebula of the Nine.
That was a great one.
It was really, really good.
That was so good. Now, I have a question for you. How did you feel about what happened between Crash Jones and Baron Winter in that one?
Oh, I thought I don't want to ruin it for anybody that hasn't seen it, but
like the one.
It was fantastic. It was fantastic. I never thought that I would actually see a full. I mean, how do I put this without spoiler alerts, everybody? I never thought I'd see a full contact drinking contest, but I mean, I did, and I loved it.
Writing it down. That's all. Just writing it down. And that's it. I mean, I couldn't, I didn't know how it all work out, but it did. And I'm troopersjp, the GM for this crew of peoples, amazing peoples. So, let us peel back our curtain and begin. This is a campaign where
Hold
our...
on, I'm not ready.
You're not ready? Okay, I'll wait.
No, that's not it.
Nope.
Okay, all right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, eyebrow filter on. We're good.
Yeah, without the eyebrow filter, it kind of doesn't.
So I don't know what it's doing right now, but this is it.
So
I'm back.
our protagonists have been given a very serious and important charge. There is the planet Drinax, which was once the seat of a grand star empire. And a few centuries ago, that planet was destroyed by the expansionist Aslan Empire. And the well, the Drinaxian Empire sort of stood between two large forces, the Third Imperium and the sort of the Aslan Empire. And that made them perfect for trade. People had to go through their space, and of course they had trade tariffs. They were also one of the most technologically advanced sort of civilizations in the area, but the Aslan Hierate did not particularly appreciate having to pay tariffs, and then destroyed their entire planet with a lot of radioactive things. Killed everyone except for the few people who lived in the floating palace, and some people survived, which they spared. And so now, hundreds of years later, you have an empire that has all the technology but no infrastructure, that has a very small number of people, and that has been forgotten. It's now a lost place that nobody thinks about, nobody goes to. It just sort of sits there. Now, some people, it seems, have gone to this place, which I'll talk about in a second. Oh yeah, no, I suppose I can talk about it right now. Sometimes people come through, and it turns out that there was some sort of noble, a Baron Merrymore, who, from the Third Imperium, who made his way to Drinax at one point in time to drop off a package, and also perhaps to have an affair with a very important, influential noble, Drinaxian noble in the floating palace. I'm sure those are conversations that will have to be had, as certain genetic inheritances have been made clear between some people who have tension. Not like, just like tension because they may not like each other so much, but that's cool. Anyhow, we had a group of folks, this Drinaxian Empire, they were able to sort of reconquer one of their former planets, Asim, which was an agricultural planet that was being held by some pretty fascist folks at one point, because Drinax needed some food. And this planet, with its little small neighboring planet that it has, they found a ship, a Harrier. It's a commerce raider. It's this grand, amazing ship with this sort of Rococo and sort of like Art Deco style, sort of exuberance and design. And it is hundreds of years old, and it was a little bit broken. All of their ships have been destroyed, but they found one. And the king of Drinax gathered with after getting some intel, a very small group of people. Terrica, the child of a very influential noble, Drinaxian noble, was invited to be part of this grand mission. Terrica, who does not necessarily get along with their parents particularly well or feel particularly great about being a grand noble, was invited. Terrica, who had spent time as a merchant and knew how to fly. They also then invited Dr. Val Morrissey, who was from this planet, this second planet that they've gotten, Asim. Farm boy made good, became a very, very famous doctor after being trained in the school, the university on Drinax, well, in the floating palace. partially by stealing some other people's work, but that might come back later. It will, just not right now. But having somebody who's a representative of this planet, who the queen died in trying to help liberate this planet, and the doctor has been brought on as the second member of this crew. And then you have Severance, who on the surface would be brought on because Severance represents, grew up on the surface of Drinax in its sort of irradiated, blasted out space. And having
Baron Severance. Baron Severance, thank you.
Baron Severance had having somebody who comes from the surface, right, is another symbolic, important symbolic thing. If you want to rebuild Drinax, you need to have all of these parts and pieces, all of these people together. Although our dear Baron, as it turns out, was a clone of that good old Baron Marrymore from the Third Imperium, who's also a war criminal, and maybe not a great person. Our Baron Severance, as far as we all know, unless you watched last week, killed the original Baron Marrymore, and in that moment of death, swapped bodies, and so with the body he found at this great estate, which was a mission he was doing with the Harlock. And so, as far as he knows, seems to be the case, that I like to say that because I'm sure it'll make players feel uncomfortable, especially Cord, because I like that, makes me happy. And as far as he knows, he's in the original body of the Baron Marrymore. He's no longer in a clone body, at least, as far as he knows. And that involves a lot of body memories that might be a little bit strange, and muscle memories that might be a little bit strange. But he was also brought on, and our dear Baron Severance was also, was a trader, also street chemist, and then a bit of a criminal, sort of had a lot of failures in his life, and this is his chance to be a good captain and make good. And then, of course, the fourth that was brought in was the Harlock, who is not a public statement, but is a member of what's a Zodani spy. And the Zodani are quite far away on the other side of the Empire, and they are feared by the Imperium because they are they are psionics, and they tend to use their psionic powers to teleport themselves onto people's ships and then kill the captains and take things over. They're very scary. If you ever watch Crash Jones, they will tell you how terrible and scary the Zodani are, as well as how terrible and scary the Aslan are, because Crash Jones is a little bit of propaganda for the Empire. But our agent, who is an expert in infiltration stealth and is maybe kind of the other captain sort of this ship, those two have a whole thing, was brought on as well. And these four were tasked with a grand and important mission, which was to rebuild Drinax. How was that to happen? With this ship that was rebuilt, still damaged, their ship, by the way, they were to go out and disrupt trade between the Imperium and the Aslan Hierate, as well, it would seem as if they're pirates. The purpose, of course, is to make it seem as if there's a pirate problem, not so big that will cause the Imperium and the Hierate to come in with their big warships, but enough to make it a problem that then Drinax can solve. That Drinax can say, we will take care of this pirate problem. The other thing, of course, is that for that to work, they need to rebuild the Empire. So the other mission that they were given was to reach out to the former planets that were part of the former Drinaxian Empire, now all scattered and ruined and sort of lost and sometimes oppressed, to get them, to convince them to join up with the Drinax, to join a rebuilt Drinaxian Empire, to become members of this empire. Secretly, cannot advertise too broadly that that's what they're doing, but to get them, to convince them to say that together, these planets of the Trojan Reaches will be better off if they join together, and that Drinax has the vision to do this. So they have a dual mission to rebuild the empire, to get people on this sort of alliance, to make themselves strong, so that when they reveal themselves as the ones who can take care of this pirate problem that they themselves are causing, they will be too big, too unified, and too useful to be denied. And that the Imperium and the Aslan Higher will just recognize them because it is better than not. That was their mission. And they went off into space with a pirate queen as a mentor until they murdered her. She was also maybe a little bit sketchy, but don't worry about that. To go off on an easy run. They have their first season was all about the first planet they came to was Marduk, where they did their first run. They found a planet in a small cluster that is being regularly oppressed by a neighboring planet, Ogma, where those people come and just kidnap people and take all their technology all the time, keeping that planet and a neighboring planet unable to progress and become to advance themselves. They also got to meet GDCO, the General Development Corporation, which is the company that is all throughout the Trojan Reaches and in general in charge of, they build from the goodness of their heart, space stations. You know, from the goodness of their heart, they'll build space stations on these planets, many of whom have been still suffering the effects of the former wars. And they ensure trade. They ensure that travel works well, and as long as trade works well, they'll be happy. That's really what they care about. Good, healthy trade. They've made, they've impressed some of the people over GDCO over on Marduk, and in the course of their journeys, they have picked up a young lad named Wesley, who came from the Imperium, is off to go see some doctors over on the Reach and have adventure, who is now their yeoman, their like helper. They've picked up somebody from Marduk, Kareen, who is very good with a knife and did not want to be a waitress anymore. And they've picked up Evan, who is a Vargar businessman who will be working as their steward. And that crew, along with an AI that is belongs to Val, are the crew of the Gambler. And as we open up our space, this crew has left Marduk, and they've come into the system called Thebes, where they were immediately met with a customs check, an imperial customs check in space that is not imperial. But when you don't have a unified empire, then you kind of can't stop the Imperium from doing whatever they want, or the Hierate from doing whatever they want. Having dealt with the captain of that ship, who was the Baron Marymore's wife, and not happy to see him, who were looking for important psionic drugs made by someone who seems to be some sort of crime syndicate called the White Rabbit, that may have some sort of connection with a different organization that Val might have some kind of connection to. And they are now in the possession of some very, very dangerous psionic drugs that I don't know what they're going to do with, that you probably do not want to get into the airstream because it causes you to hallucinate with psionic effect, which could be very bad, as it turned out, because the Harlock, in the midst of trying to go and talk to Baron Severance, a moment where the Baron Severance was reliving the moment where he was killed by the Baron and then took the Baron's body, sent her away, and she was teleported somewhere. Of course, the problem is teleportation does not have a very wide range, and you're in the middle of space, so she may be dead. It could have been our good old Baron just teleported her into empty space. But he did not do it consciously. It was somehow instinctual. And we don't know where she went. He saw a vision of her in a mirror in front of some water gardens, looking back at him, and they touched hands in the mirror. Maybe she's alive, but somewhere else, very, very distant. We don't know. That said, they were hailed by an Aslan ship after the Imperial customs agents left them alone. A noble, an Aslan nobleman, said that he would see them and have them, he would give them an audience. It was not really it was more of a demand than it was an invitation. And our crew, with a group of passengers who are in their rooms, waiting to be able to go on to Thebes, have opened the airlock door, which is where we ended last season, to this grand, huge, massive ship, all marble on the inside. Well, marble plating, of course, it's metallic on the outside. This sort of beautiful, grand ship with, sort of like a collar and money everywhere. And they have been invited to speak to this Aslan noble about what? I suppose we'll find out right about now. And as we pull back the curtains for our crew, one member missing and perhaps dead, these three have walked into this massive ship with gilt edges and white marble and statues of Aslan as sort of warriors lining this hallway. And you're being walked down into this grand place by someone who I suppose is some sort of butler or crier of some sort. And much like in the very beginning of season 1, you are led to an anteroom where you are to wait. It's a small anteroom. It's sort of hexagonal because it's a sci-fi show. It's a hexagonal sort of room, but it's all marble, and there are these marble benches with no padding of any sort. And the crier sort of has you sit and says, mane flowing. Yes, you shall wait here. When our lord is ready to speak to you, I will come and get you. Make yourself presentable. And this crier steps through these grand, large, like 12-foot tall doors that sort of slide open and then shut, leaving you three alone in this anteroom that has quite the echo. If you tap your foot, you can hear it. And you are alone.
Tarika just starts pacing the room, like just up and down it, just all of the nervous energy. It's like when you know that you have to throw up, but you're just trying to kind of keep it down, and so you do something else to distract yourself. That's the energy that they have going up and down this room right now.
I think that Val would be taking it all in. I'm just, a singular opportunity. So looking around, absorbing.
The same for me. As Baron Severance is also just sort of taking it all in. The last time we looked at probably something gilded was inside of the rusting and corroding greening of the gold filigree on the walls of our own empire. So seeing something that has been polished is probably nice. It's, sort of taking it all in. I think there are times where I'm noticing the motifs and how they may differ from what ours read. There's a sense of jealousy, I think. Subconscious, though not really bubbling at the surface of me, but I think there's definitely something that makes me sour.
I suppose I didn't mention in our recap that you are promised, if you are successful, that you all will be able to become dukes of planets in the new empire.
I hadn't forgotten, thank you, though.
I know you didn't, but there
I
is
have
perhaps...
absolutely no interest.
Oh,
Take your
but your
dukedom.
mother does.
You can double duke me.
Is that like when you do...
Damn it, Cord.
Yes.
You just
Exactly,
put two
that's exactly
crowns
what-
on top of
that's
each
right.
other.
Thank you, and I'll take that. That's for me. And now I'm one up. Right? What's after Duke? you get that one.
Well,
Bishop.
I'll take this. I'll take that dukedom. Double
king
Duke.
usually, maybe archduke,
Wonderful.
depending, but
I'll
you
take
know,
it. I'll take it.
yes.
Either one.
Now, I will note that you are
What's
left
next
here in
after
this
Duke is
anteroom.
king?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I didn't even know that. I was like, yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Now I'm
Yeah.
out of character. We're in this. All right,
Now,
let's do this.
someplace, well, technically Prince, right? But that depends on if they're like,
All right, I'll
you
take
know what
Prince.
I mean? Like,
So it's
I
like
mean, with
Duke
Prince,
is
you
like
just have to
closest,
murder your way to the top, which
right? So Duke is closest to being royalty without being royalty, without being family. I'll take it.
and you might also be family. You know, there are options.
Don't worry about
Archduke-
family when it comes to me. When it comes
Yeah.
to severance, don't worry about family.
I
Because
mean, I
it's
think you're really
probably
good with
something
family,
weird.
right? Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
I'm a family man. I think I'm
Yeah.
I'm someone's family's man.
yeah. So is Val. Val also is a really good. Actually, all three of you have really good family relationships.
We're real good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because that's how I define that. I think Tarika
Yeah.
also, when they walked in, Tarika pulled out their pocket watch and clocked the time. And so they are marking how long it's taking for this because all of that means something. And
Mhm.
the longer and longer it takes, the more pissy they get.
So happy you're here. Because I don't think Severance would catch that. He'd be like, "All right, good, you're finally here." But you're just like, "I know all this like you know the meta of the royal politics, and I love it." And I'm just like, "I'm happy to be here."
Tarika's like, I don't want this, but I know this game. Don't play.
Yeah, exactly. You know the game. Oh, it's so good. I want to play the game, but you're like, I've played the game for years. It sucks. I'm like, yes, put me in, coach.
Here,
Yep.
go to King.
Yep. And you were seeing this anteroom for 10 minutes.
It's still taking a while.
Tarika will stride to the door and lift their hand, pause, and knock twice. Drop their hand, turn and stride to the other side of the room, and wait with their arms crossed.
Tarika, what are you doing?
They're taking far too long. They want our assistance or they don't. I don't want to play games. Well then, I suppose they don't want our assistance.
How long has it been? 10 minutes?
Now it's
Yeah.
15.
Max.
Tarika will stride.
5? Maybe?
Another 5? That means we've bequeathed ourselves to the Virgin of servants. We're not servants. They're either hiring us or they are not hiring us. That is not a servant.
Or they're observing us to see if we crack under the 15 minutes of pressure that they have so glacially applied to us. We'll be all right.
Well, that's not how these games work. Of course, they're attempting to crack us under the pressure, but should we just simply step foot outside those doors and attempt to walk back to the ship, they'll be forced to either find someone else, which will be incredibly hard at this time, particularly if they are wanting to hide, as they seem to be, or they'll lose their opportunity and they'll, in an effort not to lose it, reach out to us and ask to they'll try and stop us on the way out. I propose we leave. Force their hand.
I want to disagree with you, but I like that.
Maybe I will agree with you in 5 minutes.
The door opens.
12 and a half. Oh, never mind. The door's opening.
The crier comes out and the door shuts behind him. And the crier walks through the anteroom where you're at and goes to the other set of doors, which open, and the crier exits that set of doors, leaving you again alone in that room.
Would Tarika know to follow the crier in that instance?
They were not here for you. They're on a job. got work to do. Five more
Val.
minutes?
At the
We have-
20-minute mark, yeah.
Terica will just stride to the doors that they entered in, fling them open, and start walking down
They
the
don't
hallway.
open.
Try to fling them open. When they don't open, then they will.
Ones we entered in, like
Yep.
our airlock.
Well, because now you've left the airlock area, went down a hallway, now you're in this anteroom.
Right, and now you're backtracking, and that's not opening. Sweet. Okay, just catching myself.
Yeah, because you're in their ship.
Okay, so our exit is locked.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Change.
Val
That's
walks into
what
the main
Terica
room.
finds out. That
Yeah.
door is also locked. You are in the anteroom.
Are
We're locked
any
in
of
the
the
anteroom?
doors open?
Yes, you are.
Getting ready for the
You are locked in
droidicas.
the anteroom. It's security. They don't want to have just people walking around their ship.
Right. Yeah.
We're not negotiating a trade deal, are we? Okay, never mind.
Yet.
They may potentially still be attempting to negotiate something,
you doing?
but whatever trade it is, I highly anticipate it's not legal.
Val takes off his jacket, balls it up under his head, and lays down on the floor. Or a couch if there's one
Okay.
available.
You have this big stone, and I will note that these marble benches are pretty, but not comfortable. They are
And then
not,
he'll lay on the floor.
Do we have comms back to our ship? Are those still
you
working?
could try. It's
Yeah,
short range, so
Terica.
most likely yes.
What are you doing?
Trying to raise Wesley.
Mm-hmm. There's a beat, and you hear, after a bit of a crackle,
Hello?
Wesley, they've locked us in an anteroom and are refusing to allow us to leave until we speak to their leadership.
Oh, okay. What should I do?
Power up the weapons, but don't fire anything. Simply put them online.
Okay.
Wesley, it's the button that's right beside the red one. Underneath, just flip the switch right up, and then you go to this just
Yeah, no,
just below. If your hand is on the, if you're looking at it as if it's a clock, right? And then you look down at the 5 o'clock, and then you see the red button. Just below the red button, there's a switch, and if you flip the switch, that's the one you're looking for.
Right. Yes. Right, but, is the, one of the captains there?
Well, the Harlock isn't here because Severance did something.
What?
I don't know either, and I'm not in a particular mood to talk to him. Terica looks over at Severance when they say that.
Okay, I sort of think that, turn on weapons seems like a captain thing, because what if I turn on the weapons and they shoot us, or me? There's just 3 of us up here, and I can work the guns, but we don't have a pilot.
Green can work the guns.
Right, but you're not here for, evasive maneuvers if it gets into a fight. I don't want to, I will. I just don't want to get in trouble because I got in trouble the last time. You know what, with the passengers and all. I'll
Look,
do
Wesley,
it. All right.
it's on me. If somebody attempts to get angry at you, it's simply on me. If they try to fire up their weapons, open comms and tell them to come and have a conversation with us.
Okay.
Don't fire anything.
Okay. Is Captain Severance conscious? I haven't seen him nor the Harlock a couple hours.
I'm not talking to Severance right now. I am not
Okay.
having that conversation. That conversation is an entirely
Okay.
separate conversation.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. This is Wesley out.
Finally.
Who is that?
Wesley. I told him to arm weapons, but not fire anything.
What? Why?
Yes. It'll get their attention.
Severance, your comms ping.
Hold on, I'm getting a call.
Is Captain Severance?
Captain, this is Wesley.
Yes, hello,
Are
Wesley.
you kidding me?
I have been given an order to go and turn on the weapons, and I'm about to do that.
Yes.
And there's a
yes.
button, and
Yes,
I'm gonna push it.
The one on your left,
Yeah.
yours or mine?
Well, we both have lefts, so I'm gonna press the button though, just so you know.
Right. I don't. Hold on. Hold 1 second. 1 second.
He's going to arm the weapons, and you think this is
Yes.
a good idea? I've never.
I
dealt
don't see
with
what
this.
other option we
I've
have.
dealt
We're
with Aslans
locked into
before.
the anteroom.
Yes, that's true, but this is a security measure, most certainly.
Val is laying on his back with a cigarette in his mouth, and he says,
Sounds comfy.
"They're just waiting. This is part of it.
Right.
They're hunters. They're learning about us."
Hate feeling out of control. Terrico walks to the other side of the room.
I'm about.
Yeah. I'm gonna push
hold
the
on.
button.
No, don't. Just hold off on that. A
Okay.
little bit longer.
Okay. Okay. But I am not, I'm following all my orders, and I'm going to go and do what Terrica says in a moment.
When I tell you to, the captain, tell you to do it, then do it. But right now,
Okay.
hold off on it.
Okay. But
All right.
tell Terrica that I'm ready to do it, and I'm right here with my finger near the button.
Shut up, Wesley. Terrico,
Oh, I
like,
heard-
She said, "Shut up,
projects that from across the room.
Shut up, Wesley.
Okay.
You have one of these.
The look that Terrica gives Severance from across the room is like death.
So I have one more thing that I was supposed to tell you, Captain.
Yes, and what is it?
It's a little strange. Sue said that he had advice for you at some point.
Sue has advice for me.
Right.
Very well, put Sue on.
Sue's
Got
doing
time.
something. But he said it was like fatherly advice. I don't know what that meant.
Right, very well. Well, tell Sue that I have artificial advice for him. Thank you.
Okay.
The outer door opens again, and the crier before the crier walks in, you see two armored Aslan guards, and their armor. They've got these breastplates of metal that are highly polished and shined. It looks sort of like a cross between sort of like modern sort of combat armor, but sort of made to. This looks like a, how do I put this? Parade armor, right? It's the kind of armor that's meant to look very, very impressive. It's not like they're not coming in with like, here we are with the SWAT team. They're like, here we are with like the big impressive armor. And these two guards walk in and they are armed with swords, like large, sort of like a scimitar. And they step in and they're in like crisp, smart, and their boots are polished and they clack on in this room, causing this massive echo. And as they walk in with this like very militaristic like intensity, the crier steps in, and the crier's walking in with a human. And this human is wearing a dark blue suit with sort of like a shirt and tie. And you can recognize this suit as the uniform of GDCO. And the GDCO, they do this weird mix between business suit and uniform of sort. It's like it's a corporate uniform that it's very corporate. And this person it walks in, and they are a human. They are, you'd say maybe something like they sort of look sort of maybe Mongolian, and they have got straight black hair that's sort of tied in a bun, very sort of tight bun, and they've got like a computer pad with them, and their outfit is expensive and impressive, and they have got sort of the air of somebody who's very important about them. And sort of they walk in with the crier, and the crier turns to them and says, "If you excuse me, we have more important guests that have come here first to speak to our lord. You will have to wait here in the anteroom." And this person goes, "I'm so sorry. I am the director of GDCO here on Thebes. Surely I have priority to see the Lord, whoever these people are." And the crier just sort of smiles, that sort of bland smile, and says, "I'm so sorry. There are protocols, and these esteemed guests have been invited specially. Um, you can wait here in the anteroom, um, please." And the two guards, right, sort of make this big flourish and a show of walking into that sort of front room where the throne room is, with the crier, leaving this GDCO person with you in the anteroom.
Val will stand up and indicate the spot on the floor where he had been resting. It's the best place. It's already warm. Everything else is cold.
So, you all are some sort of delegation from
Another
space.
place.
another place. Another place where?
You have a lot of questions and not many answers.
You've not asked any questions.
Precisely.
Oh, we're done here. And starts moving into the room.
The door's still shut. They clearly want this person to see you there. It's optically probably a little bit better for you to wait a few beats before you're brought in, so that this GDCO person can know where they're at, I suppose.
Like in the pecking order.
Mhm.
Oh, political games. Not
Mhm.
something that
Mhm.
Tarika really appreciates.
Val's gonna like saddle up to this person and just say, "I was gonna give it 5 more minutes, and then I was gonna piss in that corner. 25 minutes, piss in that corner. You should get what you need."
I'm so sorry. Your name is Lord.
Cold. You're getting very cold. You are?
If you. I'm so sorry. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Sorry. Something in the air here.
I assume that is your ship that was docked in one of the airlocks?
I'm
I feel
curious.
like we've always been here.
What brings you here after so long?
Well, when you have an invitation from the Lord, you arrive. There's always good trade in it. Are you with a corporation, a company?
Oh, yes, good trade. It's so important, isn't it? It's great to have good trade. What kind of trade were you seeking to have?
I'm the directorate of GDCO for Thebes.
Yes, yes, of course. You mentioned that before. Somebody did. No news,
Such
as I'm trying to say.
place your accent. Are you imperial?
Oh,
Clothing
yes.
doesn't read.
No, no. I attempt to ensure that nothing reads anything. Effective, wouldn't you say?
Hmm. And you can tell this person is they're trying to place your accents and is trying to like figure out like what kind of important you are. Like you can tell they're trying to figure out
What kind of important?
yeah. Why they're why they don't get to go before you and who you are and what they have to think about you.
Tarek is 110% trying to give them absolutely nothing. Like they're not even doing any of the like hand motions that might indicate
anything.
anything. Yeah, they're just
Mm-hmm.
but they do have like a nervous, like their foot is kind of like on the floor.
Val is just trying to treat this person as a undefined equal, if that makes sense. Not trying to be rude, not trying to be confrontational, but at the same time, not giving out any information that is not reciprocated. He has a very sneaky suspicion they're being observed through this whole thing. And so he's just trying to maintain a level of diplomacy that speaks of ambivalence.
And what about Baron Severance?
I'm just trying to figure out why his eyes are so itchy. Since he got on the station, they've been acting up. But it's
turns to you because you're the only one who's not yet really engaged with them.
Hello?
What are you wearing, dear Baron?
I'm wearing my usuals. I'm not wearing the latex. I'm sorry. I am wearing the usual. He's wearing his red or his crimson shirt, his bandolier. I don't remember if we were allowed to bring weapons, but I have mine.
Yes, we are.
Right.
Small,
Good
small
negotiated
handheld,
that.
Yep, I've got
yes.
the ornate saber rapier at my side, and he's got like a vest thing with a black cowl, and he's got his glasses on his head, and his hair is tied back in a tight knot. And his mustache is there, but he is probably just trying to. He's reading both what's happening with the doc and Terica, and is trying his best to stay out of it because there is no real reason for all three of us to talk. And I think he's good with the social stuff. It's one of his good skills and attributes and things.
He chooses.
So I think when he chooses, thank you, and which is a very good distinction. And
because
so right,
you don't want to give people stuff, right?
Right, and exactly. Like right now, he sees that there are more important people to this person talking to him, and he's going to keep it that way. And he doesn't need to bring attention to him because the attention is already on them. And I think ever since Doc said that the Aslans are probably watching us and trying to learn what we are, that's when Baron is also now seeing that. He's been reminded who he is in the ship of, and is like, is he putting mice? Are they putting mice with mice? And that's what I think he's like. All right, and now he's just going to sort of watch and wait and just gauge what they're doing and see mainly what kind of read he can get on this person.
This person turns to engage you. Trying to
Yes, I will.
trying to figure out where they're going to get something from someone because they're not getting anything so far, right? Nobody's giving them anything. They don't like it. As they turn to engage with you, and as they do, the inner doors open, and 4 guards, these Aslan guards, come in, all full of like pomp and circumstance, and then the crier walks in. Esteemed guests, the Lord will see you now. And, if you excuse me, Directorate Lamb, you are also allowed outside of the antechamber, but you will not be. These guards will be taking you to where the reception is. And then Director Lamb goes, well, I'm sorry, is the Lord not at the reception? And the crier says, well, the Lord has moved to a side chamber to meet with these esteemed guests. And the director goes,
Sorry.
well, if you excuse me, I am an esteemed guest, and I would assume that I should be allowed to see the Lord as well. In this...
I'm sorry, who are you?
I am the director of GDCO for Thebes.
Oh,
I
yeah,
run...
he should go first. Yeah,
I should go first.
that's
Yes,
right.
thank you.
Mhm.
Yes. And the crier just smiles and says, I'm so sorry. You see, the Lord has business with these esteemed guests who've come quite some distance, and I do understand that you are, after all, in charge of the high port and the low port, and are very important here for a human or imperial, I suppose you are. But you don't always get to have what you want. You are invited to the reception. There are a number of other humans and other soffits waiting, and you can wait with them. We have some of the best food available, and also, of course, champagne. But you do not get to have a private audience with the Lord until the Lord decides you get a private audience with the Lord. Our guests
Please,
are much more important.
please do say you will not waste more of our time having a discussion in which you cannot win. Tarika says that directly to the director.
And the director gets a little flustered.
As they should.
Excuse me. Liege? Sort of like trying to get something from Tarika.
Tarika gives him nothing. Like when he says liege, they make no reaction. They just keep their sort of shifting back and forth, just like, are you done yet?
And the crowd goes, so sorry. Director Lamb, as you can see, our guests here are on a time schedule.
Sorry,
They've had to wait far too long already.
it's true.
My guests. And the crier sort of just gives a huge sweep to all 3 of you to sort of walk through these doors.
Can Val lean into Director Lamb as they're leaving?
Mm-hmm.
His demeanor completely shifts to not somebody as being subservient, but somebody that's being respectful. Director Lamb, this is an Aslan ship. They are watching how you react to a prolonged waiting period. It is their protocol to see if you can maintain decorum in the face of even the most minor of adversity. Pardon our rudeness, but we are on a time schedule.
You are?
We are. Oh, on a time schedule.
And the crier's like, Director Lamb, please do not hold up our guests any longer.
And then he just points to that one corner. That corner, 25.
I miss playing with you so much.
The crier with this deep bow to all three of you, as if you are the most important people, and that if you've only been waiting for just a brief moment of time, and that brief moment of time was far too much waiting for someone who's as important to you, bows and sort of sweeps their hand towards these open doors with these 4 guards. If you'll follow me.
This is where we are. I'm just. Phoebus is where we are. I'm just trying
That is
to
correct. You're at
be a
Thebes.
good boy and make notes here.
Yep.
Of going. Sorry, what were you? Blah 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 blah. That thing that happened last week. So I always forget and always do that. So I'm trying to be a good player. All right. Sorry.
If you
Director
follow
Lamb.
the crier,
Yes.
2 guards flank you as if this is like an honor guard. And you walk through and you come into not a huge throne room, but actually sort of like a very broad sort of, it's like a hallway, but it feels a bit more like a boulevard. It's quite wide. And when you come in, there are sort of numerous guards here and there. Mostly, it seems, being very impressive. And again, beautiful tapestries all along of like savannas and space. And as you walk through, the crier says, "One moment, Director Lamb, you are also allowed to come into the hallway. The guards will take you off to the reception to your right." And these 2 guards flank Director Lamb. And Director Lamb is sort of like walks, and then they just guide Director Lamb to the right, and you can hear down this hallway to the right, there's like another set of doors. You can hear what seems like there's some music and like the sounds of people like chatting in the distance, as if there's some kind of perhaps large party or reception going on down that way. And down the other direction is where the crier would like to take you. And you can see Director Lamb like looking back as you're going into some kind of VIP area, perhaps, some place that only special people get to go. And Director Lamb is not one of those special people. You can see Lamb sort of looking as they are walked down towards these big doors, where you can hear the sounds of some sort of reception. If you continue to watch their journey, the guards have them sit at a bench outside of the doors where the reception is to wait there.
Lamb
Before
to
they
the
can go
slaughter.
into the reception, even though it's just on the other side of the doors. There's really probably no reason why they would have to wait, but I'm sure they gave some excuse. As you are led down the other side, the other end of the hallway, to a large set of doors. Again, there are these big marble benches near these doors, and you might think that they might have you wait, but they don't. And Director Lamb watches as the doors open up for you, and you're invited in. And these 2 guards sort of come and walk with you. And the crier says, "I have more guests to entertain. If when I am needed, I will be called." And just sort of gives you a nod as they leave and the door shut behind you. And there is in front of you a curtain. Right? You can walk around the curtain, like you're clearly in some kind of very large room of some sort, but there's a curtain blocking your vision into the depths of the room itself. And the curtain is like red, heavy, woven, right? It's like a woven tapestry, expensive fabric, heavy, not easily moved. It sort of muffles a little bit of sound. It gives that sort of bit of privacy as you're sort of there on the other side of this curtain. Whoever is that you're to meet is on the other side. And you can go around the curtain to either end, right? It's just hanging from the walls of the ship right there. It's just a nice little, nobody wants you to walk right into their room. Nice curtain gives you some.
Yeah, a nice partition.
Some space.
The just a reminder to myself and maybe the viewers, and mostly myself. We were stopped when we got to Thebes, and this is sort of a check-in. It seems, but it's like a noble check-in.
He
Well,
didn't. He was
no.
sketchy, wasn't he? Because he was like, they were like, oh,
It's more like you jumped into the system, and when you jump into a system, you always have to be 100 diameters away from like a major body.
Right.
So there
And
are
we
only a
were
couple
not.
places where any ship can jump in, and where you jumped in was where the Imperial Customs ship was doing a kind of a blockade, like a
Hee-hee.
what do you call it? Like a what do you call it?
I think
Those
blockade
things.
is the right word, where you're like a stop and
Well,
search.
yes, a stop and search. There's another
Stop
word for it that I cannot remember.
A checkpoint.
Yes, like a checkpoint. Yes, that they just decided
Trap.
to have and trap. Now you had
That's a trap. I'm
Trap.
sorry.
you had jumped in actually quite far from the planet itself, like closer to the star, so that you could go and do fuel skimming. I believe you wanted to do, which puts
Mhm.
you. It's always a little bit sketchy to jump out towards the star because there's usually no protection there, and like
Yeah,
it's
sketchy. You know, people could pirate you like we did them.
yes,
Yeah, right.
yes, yes. It's a slightly sketchier place to go, and that was where the Imperial had their checkpoint there. Um, and you finished that, and you started flying towards Thebes, the planet. And as you were on your way towards the planet, you'd gotten away from all of the checkpoint stuff, and you got this since there was more than one checkpoint. But as you were traveling towards Thebes, this ship, this sort of big, expensive luxury yacht, was
Flagged us down.
in the way, right? It was sort of hanging out, not on Thebes, the planet itself, not on the high port, but sort of like if you're traveling from here to there, you would pass by that ship, and that ship hailed you as you got like you would be halfway from that place you jumped in,
So weird.
and
Such a weird stuff. Okay, cool.
yeah, they were kind of just they're this ship, which is like a noble yacht,
Yeah.
is not at the high port. It's not there. It's not at the planet. It is hanging out in space to intercept people along the way, it seems
Yeah,
like.
it seems like to do this. And also, like, what's just interesting about this whole thing is then, like, the meta information that we know,
Mhm,
me as a player, also as,
mhm,
I guess, Baron, as he's picked this up, is the crier said that we've been waiting a long time. We are esteemed guests, and then we've traveled a long way. So it seems like,
mhm,
as this is from at least from what it seems to me, the player, it seems like from our perspective, this was supposed to be like a happenstance, but to them, it
mhm.
seems like this is planned. So that is weird.
Or they could be playing games.
Or Terica, thank you. They're playing
Mhm.
games.
I think Terica's like watching everything that's happening,
Yep,
and
you're
they're
right.
just
Silly
like
me. Silly
political
me.
game, political game,
Uh-huh.
political game, and
Uh-huh.
they're getting more and more and more and more like they already had a mental breakdown like what 30 minutes ago,
Recently?
um,
Mhm,
very
Mhm.
very recently. So I
That's
think
true.
like
You are on guard.
oh, there is
You are
like I
ready for
think
anything.
that's that's why they're being so different right now
Hey.
than how they normally
Yeah,
are.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
They have no extra spoons for this whole thing.
Yes, yes.
Terica
But
just needs a nap.
Yeah, Terica needs more than a
Reset your
nap.
spoons, Terica.
mhm.
Yeah. So
I will
yeah, okay.
also
So
note
just
it is
cool.
important to note that the GD Corp representative is here, which means they had to fly from the high port or the low port, wherever they're stationed at,
Right.
out here to the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And there are other guests here, which seems to imply that people have to come here if they want to talk to the Lord. So they're kind of
Well,
parked out in the middle of nowhere,
ish.
ish. Not so middle of nowhere. They're like, uh, okay, so imagine that there's like a rich person's house, right? And you decide to set up a temporary camp like
As you do.
500 feet from their house.
Uh,
And then you make everybody come to visit you
right.
at your
He's
temporary.
holding court.
Yeah.
And he could, and here's the thing, there are very expensive hotels in all these high
Hmm.
ports. That's what GDCO does. They give you great expensive hotels, great amenities, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And so he could just go there and dock his ship there and have all his court there, but instead he's hanging out here and making people come to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all weird.
Yep. Yep.
All right. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's weird, but Tarika's like, no, this is predictable.
I think,
Right.
and I think before they like slide back the big thick tapestry,
Curtain. Yeah.
yeah,
A rug
they,
on the wall. Yeah.
they would
It's a big, huge
before
rug is
they
what it is.
slide the
Yeah.
rug. Tarika would look, yeah.
Just
They're cats. They get claws. They love rugs
Yeah,
on
yeah.
walls. Are you kidding me?
I think Tarika would look over
fine.
at Val, and then they would like half look at Severance and then look away. They're not even looking straight at Severance, all things considered. And they just like look at, and they'd be like, I'm tired of these political games. And then they would grab the rug with both hands and slide it to the side, which is probably not what they should do, but here we are.
I love it. No, it is what you should do.
And then
Totally.
simultaneously, we all yell, "Ta-da!"
And as
Where
you
are
slide
they?
this curtain back, right?
Yeah.
You have got this room. It's not a bedroom, right? It's clearly like a
Pantry.
A throne room.
it's like a sitting room.
Pantry.
And there, on a
Oh yeah.
throne of sorts, with a massive, tall back, is this Aslan Lord. He is wearing silks. His mane is blowing in this very slight fan that's off to the side, that's sort of making the scene impressive. There's lighting that highlights him to the most expert effect. And there are guards flanking him in the shiniest armor. And he is lounging as if this is no big deal at all. And he's got a goblet in his hand that is made of gold. And you have these two guards by his side, and the two that sort of walk you in. And his mane is golden with a little bit of gray. And it has got it is not in any way sort of adorned in any particular special style, but it's clearly coiffed in a like very specifically and delicately. And as you walk in, the Lord says nothing, but waits for you to speak.
I feel like Tarika would know, and I think they described exactly the sort of protocol that we need to have, which is like we all need to stand at a distance. It was, I think,
Yes.
a bow, but our heads needed to stay up to keep
Yep.
eye contact.
Yep. Yep.
So they
Because they are
do
predators.
all of they're predators. You don't stop looking. I think they would do all of that, but it wouldn't be with any flourish. It would be with a very clear, like, this has to be done. I'm getting it out of the way. Let's just keep it rolling.
I do the same. I mirror Tarika. I don't say anything. I wait for them to say something, even if
And
that
the Lord-
leaves an awkward pause.
And the Lord looks to see whether or not Val also bows appropriately.
Yeah, Val will bow appropriately, but on his way, kind of standing back up from the bow, he would simply say in Aslan, "Greetings."
And
Sorry.
one of the guards that came with you leans over and says, I am to announce you. I need your titles and names, please. And you can see that the guard is being quiet and clearly a little bit upset that the crier is not here to do this job, but the crier is tormenting the GDCO representative right now at the moment, so cannot do that job. And so the guard sort of just leans over to Val first, because Val spoke in Aslan.
Val will reply in Aslan that both he and Tarika are here, not by name, but just indicating himself and Tarika are here as part of the crew of Captain Severance.
Nods and sort of looks over to Severance. Announcements, please.
I'm that. I'm the captain. I'm Captain Severance.
Announcing Captain Severance of the Gambler. My lord, you are now in the presence of his great lord. He sort of looks, and he says it in Aslan, Pata Caillou. And then the lord looks at you all and says,
Just spell that. What would you? How would you spell it?
FTAHKIAW. And the Lord looks and says, greetings, Captain and crew. I am the great Lord Takayu of the Aslan Pirate, the first of my clan, one of the most influential and powerful of all of the Aslan clans. I'm sure you've heard of me. Excellent. Please get refreshments for them. And the guards one of the guards goes off out of the room. Please have a seat. And before you, there are these pillows, sort of large pillows that sort of adorn this room that has the large rug on it. It's a very kind of if the outside was all marble and hard, right? This room is all rugs and pillows, and there's like a smell of incense in the room, and it smells like jasmine, perhaps. It's fragrant, and it's actually quite warm in this room. It's warmer than the outside. The anteroom was actually a little bit chilly, but this room is sort of warm, and there's like a silver platter with sort of like looks like some sort of sherry or something like that, right? And the other guard goes and sort of pours goblets, smaller golden goblets of this alcoholic beverage, and hands them to each of you, and then takes her space back where she's supposed to be.
Trooper, I don't want to meta anything here, but I want to ask you something because it's been a while for both this game and when I originally played Traveler. If I remember correctly, one of the larger honorifics for the Aslan, whenever you're greeting a leader, is to ask their land. Is that right? Like you're supposed to ask them, because if it's apparent that they have land, they like to talk about it because that's their biggest thing, right? Yes. Okay. Is
everything? That is everything.
Right. And it's as simple as, you are the lord of the land of, and then that allows them the opening. Is that, if I remember correctly, it's something like that, right?
Yes.
Can I provide that information to Severance if Severance wants to try to make a roll or do anything like that to kind of get on a good side with this person?
Right. I remember that or something.
Yeah, then he would just turn over,
I probably would have remembered that because I think you did. That was mentioned. What?
Yeah, I think that was mentioned right before we went into the airlock.
And that is awesome.
I forgot about it till it was reminded me.
Yeah, that is awesome that you said that and remembered it.
And it's not meta either because Val has studied multiple cultures, so this is Greg trying to remember.
Yeah.
Val, of course, knows.
Val knows all.
So yeah, he would just kind of say to Severance, ask him about his land. Just ask him, he's the lord of which land, and allow him to.
Fatah! I'm sorry. Fatah Kau, the lord of the land of...
Yes, it is my land. Is on the great planet of Kau in the Aslan hierarchy. It's a little bit too close to the
How would you
Glorious
spell
Empire,
that?
but Khau.
Oh, I would have spelled it.
Yes, my land is one of the more impressive stretches. I hold numerous ships, more than enough to have many fleets. And I have taken land from minor clans and rivals on more than 5 warring occasions. My last battle
Oh, no.
was against a minor clan who dared to implicate themselves on my half of Cow, and in the process, I was able to gain in spoils 5, uh, 5 security ships, 4 transport ships, and 1 corsair. My children are many. I have 7 children, all of whom are great leaders and diplomats in the case of my daughters, and scientists in the case of my daughters, and warriors in the case of my sons, all of whom will make our clan proud and expansive. I would like to know if anyone wants to make some sort of roll
Yes.
to assess our fellow.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I thought
I
you
also
would.
have something I'd like to do after
Please.
that, but after
Absolutely.
the roll.
Absolutely.
So to read deception, I need deception, right?
Yes, that is
That's
correct.
how that worked last time. I'm going to do
Mhm.
that. I will use deception.
Please. This will be a 10 is what you'll need for this one. It's not an average roll, and partly because you don't necessarily know him or where he's from, the planet he's from. So this will be a difficult roll.
What about a boon? Does he get a boon with it because of our etiquette?
Yeah.
This is to know about deception. You'll get a boon
Right.
on diplomacy, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I don't have diplomacy, but I will do this. First roll of the game. What did I get? I can't even
Yes.
read. 12?
That's a 15.
15.
Mm-hmm.
Probably moved that roll window. I can't see crap.
So, here's what you can know. It's interesting because there are many different ways in which you can try to read people or get information about them. He is... Ooh, it's hard to describe this. He's not being completely honest with you. Perhaps also with himself. Is perhaps the best way to frame
Okay.
that. It's not...
He's
yes,
5'11",
like,
but he says he's 6 feet.
yes.
I
More like
understand.
he's 5'4" and says he's 6 foot.
Oh, okay. I get it.
There is something about him. He is not trying to lie to you, but his lands are not nearly as plentiful,
Totally understand what this guy is. Yeah.
right,
Okay.
as he frames them to be.
Gaslighting himself.
Yes, he is in a process of gaslighting himself, is what I'm going to say about that.
Cool.
There's a little bit of when he calls himself a great lord, that is not true. He is a lord. He's probably not a great lord. But he needs to be a great lord, if that makes any sense, right?
Yes.
And he has had success in conflict. That's not untrue. But they have probably been a little bit farther in the past than he has made it seem. Those glory days might have been a while ago, and there might have been some other conflicts he's not mentioned, right? It's like that he may not want to think about. Do you know what I mean? Like he may not himself want to think about them so much. And when he spoke about his children and their greatness, he is not lying to you necessarily, but there is some anxiety there. Something that is what pinged to you. There was something about his children that seemed to be the most urgent thing in this conversation, although he's pretending like it's not. If that makes any sense. Like, whatever this is about is probably about his children. That's the vibe that you got, even though he's trying to frame it as about something else. And he's clearly trying to put forward the face of someone who does not care and is in control and has everything in control, right? All about his vibe says to you, he wants you to think, and maybe also himself to think, that he is in control of this situation, and this situation is not specifically about you, right? Like you might think, oh, he wants us to think that he's in control of us. No. There's some other situation that he's desperately wanting to try to tell himself that he is in control of, that you are walking into.
Trying to convince himself. Yeah. Okay. So much like the Aslan, he's lion adjacent.
Adjacent, indeed.
All right.
Yes.
I did actually pay attention. I was just definitely excited to tell you that. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I think as he sort of goes on with that, I have my bow, but I think there's still like I'm looking over at the dock and looking over at Tarika. I almost said Harlock. Tarika, as we sort of, I don't know if there's a read that you all would know of mine to like sort of. I also don't know. I feel like Baron Severance has a pretty good poker face, so I don't know if you would probably give that detail away. But I think he's probably reading to see if they are picking up on this as well.
But also, you've all, how do I put this? You've not been on the ship together for a very long time, but you've all known each other for a very long time. You've known each other for years, through some pretty tricky times in various ways. So I imagine you all have your own little ticks and.
We have mentioned too in the past that we do play cards, and so if Baron gives us the person we're playing with does not have the pair, and then we
that's true.
Then we know.
Yeah, that's true.
I also imagine you all cheated cards together. I'm just saying. I just feel like that.
I think I don't know if we have yet. I don't think we have yet, but we would.
I think we established that Val and Tarika had a whole thing running for a little while, didn't they?
Right, until we got in trouble, and I think we had to fight our way out of a bar.
Yeah.
On a movie set or something.
Y'all sometimes have a thing going on. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So you give the eyebrow of he does not have the pair.
Yeah. He does not have the pair. Which is a fun sentence.
Then almost like with a nod of I'm sorry.
Tarika had a thing.
I'm actually gonna hold on to it. I was gonna touch the green stone, but I'm gonna wait a little bit.
Okay.
Ari, your lighting looks great. Just want to let you know.
Thank you. I fixed it just now. I keep fixing it. Thank you for that, by the way.
Of course, yeah, but I mean,
Cord is amazing, guys. That's all.
Look at her lighting, not mine. Mine's awful today. Anyway.
Val, what are you doing right now in this moment after this sort of big announcement of their success?
To make a show of it, he would look over at first Tarika and then kind of for confirmation to the captain, and then he would turn towards the Lord and say in Aslan, how can our two destinies be aligned?
He smiles, the Lord, the great Lord. And he says, you to the other guard. Like, they're the two guards that were with him and the two guards that brought you in. And one of the guards that brought you in left to go get refreshments. And he turns to the other one and he goes, "You go off and
Yeah,
see
refreshments.
what's keeping the other one. Go." And that other guard walks back out. And you can tell that there's like a slight difference in their uniforms. Most likely the ones in the room are the most trusted and sort of discreet.
Still two in the room, though, right?
Yes.
The two that are on either side of him.
Yep. And
Okay.
the other ones have been sent off to get refreshments and probably get held up by a whole bunch of partygoers. And he goes, "Please have a seat."
You're not thinking what I'm thinking.
We murder him. Yes, let's
Yeah,
go.
we light the
That's it.
lightsaber and
Yeah, I
one's
was
holding it.
I was that's why I was asking where they were in the room because how else do
For the
we
murder.
Praetorian
murder
fight scene.
safely? Yeah, because that's totally in line with Terica. Murder,
Let's do this. I have thing.
I tell you what, let's put Evan in front of him, and then Evan can jump
Oh,
away
wait,
and start to shoot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Be perfect.
Dear guests, please be seated. Make yourselves comfortable.
Sorry. Sorry.
Do you need something,
Handkerchief,
Captain?
or something.
Yes. Handkerchief.
Fine.
And one of the guards by him
Fine.
goes off and gets like a very fine silk,
Yes.
like a silk
Keeping it.
square, and hands it to you.
So,
I have. It is a pleasure to meet you, crew of the Gambler, as you are flying past my court, my floating palace, as it were. I could not help but notice how well armed your ship is. Very well armed. I also could not help but notice that you had a meeting with some Imperial Navy.
is this the Lord or is this a different word?
This is the Lord.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a point you're headed toward?
I would like to ask what your business with the Imperial Navy was, how your visit with them went.
A surprise inspection, my lord. Was they were searching for something that they couldn't find on our ship.
Interesting. This was not why I called you, but you did bring up interesting information. What were they searching for, those Imperials?
We believe it to be some type of, again, always deferring to the captain,
Yeah.
because he respects him and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he would just basically say they wouldn't share exactly what the contraband was, but we assumed it was something illegal or above manifest. We're thorough.
This is not their territory.
Of course it isn't.
I
But you know the Imperium.
yes. Bloated.
Yes.
Those
Without
Imperials.
manners, he would add, yeah.
Without manners, yes. Well, from your transponder, you are from a planet here in the Reach. Drinax. It says where you are birthed. That makes you not Imperial. That makes you of the Reach.
Is that what that says? Erica, we should really get rid of
And you
transponder
do
from
speak
saying that.
It's you can't.
Aslan. I have a proposition for you. I, the Great Lord,
No, you do.
have an opportunity. I am going to allow you to accept a great offer from me to work for me. Temporarily.
How gracious.
Thank you. It is gracious that I would allow you to do a
I know.
mission for me. It is on Thebes itself, where this mission will take place. You are to find something lost.
Something or someone, he would say in Aslan, and he would not look at Severance when he said it.
Someone lost. My son, my second son, no, my first son is a brilliant Aslan warrior. My first son will, of course, inherit all of my lands and assets, and will do great things for the name of my clan. My son is, my oldest son, is something of myth and legend, is what I would say. And all know this. It is about my second son that I wish to discuss business with you, non-Aslan, non-Imperial. My younger son, Patateas, is ambitious and bold. He is perhaps one of the greatest duelers I've ever seen. He is smart, capable. He looks just like his mother. Has her wisdom. So many of the men of the Aslan do not have the wisdom of the women. It's a failing of our gender, but he seemed to have got something from my wife. And he is fearless. And does not rest on things given to him, because as he will get nothing, of course, he must make his own way. He, wishing to impress me, as he did, decided that he would go to the Ihatai, that glorious quest when those who do not inherit land go to take it, to grab it, and to make some land their own. And off he went. I gifted him a ship. My oldest son does not need to get everything, even though it was custom. So I gave my second son a ship, and he with the crew went off to Ihatai to conquer lands, conquer territory, maybe even planets, spread the name of our family into, well, I gave him a small transport ship, a craft full of guns, and enough cash to gain a crew. And with that, Tateas went out to make his name, spread the glory of our name, my name, and to plunder, to grab land, to trade, to make something of himself special. It's just that he, well, his expedition seemed to have gone poorly. He spoke to everyone in all of the clan meetings. There was a grand banquet with all the clan heads, and he stepped forward and boasted of what he would do publicly to all of the clan heads, and off he went. And his ship crashed on Thebes. See, we have a bit of a problem. ship crash landed and I cannot get a hold of my son. I suspect that he needs rescue. But you see, Phoebus is a particular sort of planet. Particular sort of planet. You're not Imperial. The Imperials, and he says the word Imperial in Aslan, it's a slur. He retranslates back into the Galactic, the Glank, and he goes, the Imperials, this planet here, Phoebus, is part of the Imperial Grand Tour, all of their haughty nobles with their noses in the air who know nothing but waste and luxury that means nothing. They go on their grand tour, their scavenger hunt, touring through the reaches as if it were their playground. And those who come to Phoebus, they go on a safari, don't they? I don't know if you've heard about this. It's custom. These Imperials like to come to Phoebus and hunt a Theban lion and grab its head. And then they like to post on all of their news about the great Theban lions they slayed, skinned, and beheaded. And they like to put it on their news in little satellite relays in all of the little border planets right next to us in the Aslan territory, and those little satellites belong to GDCO, a little puppet of that Imperium, isn't it? They like to brag about how many Theban lions they've murdered and slaughtered. We Aslan are not lions, we are Aslan. But all of these jumped up fraternity soldiers and nobles of the Imperium,
Sorry. Sure.
they hunt those lions because they think they are hunting us. I suspect, or I would not say fear, because I fear nothing. No Aslan Lord fears anything. But I have concern that my son, my second son, not my first, but my second, may come to ill on that planet. It is currently the party season at Phoebus. When you go to the high port, you'll see large, luxurious ships of wastrel Imperium on their way to hunt and kill many of them. And I imagine that my son may be in a bit of danger from these Imperial scum, wastrels, nobles for no reason. And so I offer you 50,000 credits to rescue my son, my wife's favorite. And I will double that if you bring him back alive again. And I will double that again if you can bring back the Ihatai ship that crashed. If it can be saved, if it can be made worthy of getting off that damned planet, that's doubled again. But also, I am Great Lord of the Aslan Hierate, and I will give you something more valuable than credits. You will have my goodwill and my assistance in dealings with any Aslan over which I have influence, and my influence is not small. But also, I will give you trade credit with the Aslan. It is, let's say, 10,000 credits worth of trade credits, 5% discount on the premium all trade with Aslan clients up to a total of 10,000 credits. So this is an excess of offer on my part. My goodwill, my influence, my aid with the Aslan pirates. Premium trade credit, my goodwill, and of course, 50,000 credits, which could be doubled twice, up to 200,000 credits to return my son.
Second son. Not your
Yes, my
first.
second son. It's not my first, my second son. So, this is a great opportunity that I offer you. So many Imperial ships coming through the area now. You're one of the first non-Imperial ships that have come through. So, what say you?
Your goodwill is the greatest of gifts. Credits are nice. Would you care to double it again if we could give you something to put on those little satellites to send back to the Imperium? Perhaps a head they are not used to seeing on a wall.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. Their satellites are closer to the Imperium, are quite far from our space. Seem to be travelers. If you are traveling that direction, closer to the Empire, and get your things within their satellites to broadcast to them, I would indeed double that again. Something delicious.
Perhaps something that would deter future safari goers from seeking out the Theban lion.
If you can put a serious damper on the slaughter of these lions, yes, indeed, that will be doubled again. And I will make sure everyone I know knows that this true gambler, it is said, has respect.
With all due respect, my lord, if a story is to be told,
Is an Aslan? Are you saying this in Aslan?
what would it be worth you if the notoriety were attached to your son's name?
My son's name.
The one that we will find.
Yes. Yes. I would like a roll. It's gonna be a boon, and you get a +2 from the earlier deception check from our.
Oh, how's it going, Doc?
And I would like this to be, you have some options here. You have diplomat. You have some broker would also work. Unless you're persuade could also work. Unless you're being deceptive, in which case, deception.
It's not, actually.
Hmm?
So, boon, persuade, and then I get a +2 modifier, correct?
Yep. And this is only average because that's a very exciting offer for him. Yes.
13.
Yes. It is this way. If you can attach my son, my second son's name to this story, and yes, that is worth quite a bit. Quite a bit. 500,000 credits total. And trade discount up to 100,000 credits, 5% off, a maximum of 100,000. And of course, most important, this cannot get out. No one can know that my second son has crashed on this planet and needed rescue. That cannot be known.
Again, in Aslan, my lord, one last thing. For your consideration and not your determination at this time. Perhaps your son's destiny could be entwined with ours if he is still searching for land. If
What
we
say you?
perhaps we can travel the stars together. We can help him find a new horizon for your family. We'll also remove any thought of his crashing or wayward misstep as nothing more than a union, a political maneuver, something a true leader would do.
How might you aid my second son in gaining land?
With all due respect, my lord, we can go places that, at the moment, the mighty Aslan cannot.
Hmm.
And
Well,
what better land to be found than that which shouldn't be found? For your consideration.
Yes. You. And he points to Terrica.
Terica, arms folded, looks back at him, just like the same, like they've been the whole time, just like, yes.
I can tell that you do not fit cleanly and neatly within the gender system of the Aslan. But you seem to have some of the fire of Aslan men. But perhaps you have also some of the wisdom and insight and leadership of the Aslan lionesses.
Do not abide by any sort of ideas of being one thing or another. I simply think people should be kind to one another as they can.
Yes, you humans have different sorts of systems. I don't understand
Yeah.
all of them, but I need to know you, what sort of wisdom you have on this matter.
On the matter of your son joining with us, or on the matter of this entire endeavor?
Not joining some sort of alliance. Some sort of alliance that might bring glory and land to my second son. What say you on this matter?
I think the other terms of the deal are reasonable and acceptable. Having not met your son, I cannot say if an alliance with him would be acceptable. Indeed, it is presumptuous to assume that anyone could assume that at this point.
My second son is an Aslan noble. Great. And the best. Second best, of course. Worthy, anyone working with him would be an honor to be in his presence. I notice both of you two keep your captain screened as he watches Captain Severance. Sit watching, and you do not speak as much. Why are you? What are you thinking?
What am I thinking? I have nothing to say. I'm very, what is the word? Appreciative of your graciousness and to allow us to accept your offer. Not sure what there is else to say. You've already said it.
Indeed. And so, you are allowed to shake my hand to seal this deal.
Very well.
And he
Approach,
stands,
and I keep
and,
my body low, and I keep looking at him.
and he steps forward, and he puts out his hand, and his claws extend. There shall be blood to seal this deal.
Takes off his glove, reaches, and sort of looks
He
over.
sticks his talons into his hand so that his hand bleeds.
Yeah, sort of.
Reaches out.
His hand bleeds.
Mhm.
As I sort of look over toward Doc, and like a little reassurance, help me out, kind of thing. Doc, Greg, what should I do here? Should I?
He just
cut my
reaches
hand?
over and slashes him just right across, just enough to make it bleed across the palm. And his scalpel thing spins back into his arm.
And he grips your hand. You can feel his claws, like,
Yeah.
just touch your skin a little bit as your blood mingles. He pulls back. Well, find my second son and save him. Bring him back. Bring back him. If you try to save him and he's not alive, you still will get 50,000 credits. Bring him back alive.
Well,
Now,
thank you. You are very kind.
give you a small bit of favor. Fun. With this extra excitement. You should know something about Director Lamb from GD Co. GD Co is technically not in charge of the high port at Thebes.
Really?
It is the Thebes High Port Corporation that runs that place. But that place, the Thebes High Port Corporation, interesting that a GD Co director is running it, is it not? Of course, it was built by GD Co and sold to a newly created Thebes High Port Corporation, which theoretically represents whatever people there on that pleasure planet for murder of Theban lions. But if you follow the money, it goes back to GD Co. Always. And then back from there to the Imperium. Naked faces there, Imperium. So know it. They will not call themselves GD Co on that place, but know that is where they are from, and who they are. Now,
I understand then.
Yes, and now let me give you one more, perhaps present. You have a choice. I give you a choice. That is my gift to you in this moment. When you leave my chambers, you have two different doors you can go through. go through the doors that bring you back to your ship and leave.
Is that him quaffing his whiskers?
It is him quaffing his whiskers. It is indeed. Or you may go through the other door and go to the reception with so many humans and others drinking my wine and talking their talk. If you enjoy a lovely bit of politics, you may choose that door if you wish. It will take hours.
Tempting. Very tempting.
You have
A point of order.
invitation.
We knew that. What was our last known idea for the Harlock? That didn't we have a vision or something that
Hanging gardens.
hanging gardens,
These-
right?
These water gardens.
Water gardens. That was it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is-
On a planet
and-
somewhere.
On a planet somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Water gardens.
There was a sky.
The planet has a sky. Thank you, Trooper. Very kind.
Well, no, because there's some very large ships where you could be
Right,
have
right.
water
that's
gardens,
true.
but
you could be.
be in a
Yep.
ship.
You'll be in a ship. Yeah.
Hmm. So, what is your choice? Would you wish to?
Oh, we have to tell you.
Imperium?
Oh, we have to tell you what our choice is.
Well,
It's tempting. I don't think my immediate response to your invitation, though you have invited us to respond in our own decision, which is very kind. I say that it may be a bit time-consuming. If you said it's going to take a while, and your lordship, I think it is probably best that our time is spent looking for Petatius, the second born of
yes. I feel like you
Caio.
made a wise choice. Unless dining with naked faces is your idea of time.
It is. But I'm not here for a good time. I am here for a job to do, as we all are.
So, I will have you escorted out that case.
Yes, very well.
Turka
What is your
immediately
feelings of
stands up.
grebes, by the way? Are you your grebe feeling? Yes,
They're quite violent, grebes. I
That
like
they
that
are.
about them.
they're not native to Phoebus.
No, they are
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all. No more questions.
Please. And as he does this gesture, right? Not on purpose, but coincidentally, the door opens and these two guards come in with this huge plate of like melon and
Sweet.
it's like there's all this melon here, and then the other
Yeah.
there's a lot of I'm not gonna call it raw meat because that would be rude. We'll just call it
Charcuterie
tartare.
board.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a charcuterie board. of perhaps raw meat. And
Uh-huh.
sort of comes forward, and they're like, but you're standing up, and they're looking like, oh, did we take too long? And they're like a little bit awkward.
Turka just gives them the look like,
Pluck some of
yes.
these.
And they
Pluck
kind of
and
step
go,
to
I
the side.
think. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Val would turn back to the Lord and indicate the spread that has just come in, and he would say, "Which one is your second son's favorite, if given this selection?"
And he looks at this large platter, half of just raw meat. Charcuterie. And then melon, he goes, there.
Charcuterie and melon. The name of the episode, Charcuterie and Melon.
Charcuterie and melon. And he sort of points to like this meat that's got a sort of a strange, like yellow sort of hue to it. Not unhealthy yellow, but like sort of like a yellow meat, sort of in long strips.
Golden hue.
A golden hue. That seems less bad. A golden
Yeah,
hue.
yeah.
Meat
More
is my
culinary, more delicious, appetizing.
second son's favorite.
He would take one of the very fine napkins, I'm sure, that are around here that was gifted as the everything I'm sure is silk. He would take one and he would wrap a piece of it in there very neatly with the skill of a surgeon, and he would turn back to the Lord, bow in the appropriate direction, and then he would say as he would leave, I will give this to your son, compliments of you when we find
Thank
him.
you. Keep this quiet. Ast. Watch out for the safaris.
Safaris.
You are dismissed. And he says that with, how do I put this? Not with a command voice, right? It is what you say.
Really?
Because that is, yeah. It is what you say. That is how you are supposed to speak, that you dismiss them. But he does not put the weight of dominance in it, right? He says it because it is protocol, but he does not put the condescension behind it.
He doesn't want us to leave. We're friends.
It's a huge sign of respect because he
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
command us to leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Aw.
I like it.
I bow, still sort of robotic, uncertain of what just went down, except for the really good money offer. As I finish the charcuterie that's in my mouth. Thank you.
Terica does the bow and then just out the door. Like
Leave
they
and
don't
come back
go
and
for
grab
the
a melon.
platter. Nothing.
A second helping of Jeff's thigh. Which
Yeah.
is
Fine.
Of course.
And you are escorted out by one of the guards because sadly your crier is dealing with a whole bunch of people in the reception room. Whole bunch
He's
of
announcing
reception
every
room.
one of them, and it's going to take a while.
Oh, how very sad indeed.
And as you're walking out, you're sort of taken out back through the anteroom, and there's like 3 or 4 other people sitting there waiting, just waiting, right? Wondering like who you are that you got to sort of like that you were leaving, like just like you've got like you see like they're like 2 humans and a Varg, sort of like wondering who you all are as you're sort of escorted out.
Is the director still sitting? Can we see if the director is still sitting outside the party room door?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The director is still standing outside. They're still waiting outside of the party room door to be escorted in. Yeah.
Like going to an audition, trying to make friends with someone, they're being weird, and then you go and do the audition, and then you get the call back, and they're still outside.
Yes.
And you're like,
Have a good night.
hi.
Totally mine. Oh, I totally got the part.
Oh yeah.
You can go home
And
now.
the crier like
Yeah.
goes to collect those people as you're like you get to go back to your home, the Gambler, or at least your home in space. But that is where we're going to take our break. We've got our 10-minute break, and when we come back, you'll have to decide what you want to do about all of that, as you have
Man, this is great.
a father who wants you to find his son in the midst of the party season when Imperial people like to go and kill lions.
500,000 credits. Can't go wrong with 500,000. That's
Yeah,
sweet.
we're supposed to go on a safari.
If you go on a
Yes, you
safari
are.
during the safari
Everything, the
season.
stars are lining up.
Yeah.
Just for my fellow crew members, I will let you know this. I found my the following credit numbers. After all bills are paid, the appropriate money is sent back to Drinax, and we get all of our people in. We will have, after all of that, 438,370 credits plus 500 if we do this, which is ridiculous.
Really good.
I
Really
mean,
good.
You guys, look,
And
I just,
we
I
have
just,
to just
look, I want to repair the gambler. Yeah, that's all I want to
Yeah,
do.
we do have to
Let's
repair the
just fix the gambler. I'll make it really pretty.
we also have to drop these people off. Hey, sorry everyone, we're gonna hang out here for a couple nights. It's not gonna be a big deal.
Fine, I guess. But like, we just put him into low birth. I'm
True.
kidding.
Evan, they're all yours.
Usually-
We're going to the planet.
Usually, when you arrive at a planet, most ships will dock there for about a week to go to get refilled and all of that and do all your business. Which means
So we're good.
whoever your passengers are, they will usually get off the ship and
They're fine.
enjoy themselves for a week wherever they're at, and then come back in when you're about ready to leave. Right? It's a
Okay.
shore leave, as it were.
Okay. So
We're like
good.
a
We're good to do
cruise
a
ship.
little.
We're a
Okay.
cruise
Yes.
ship.
Yes, you
That's
are.
nice because I was thinking this entire time that was now our priority was to get these people to where they needed to be. So
Well, yes.
no,
You do.
well
That's your
yes,
priority.
but
When we're in port, the rules
Yeah.
give us the ability to actually maneuver by getting them
Yeah.
off the ship.
yeah, that's good. That's great. Yeah,
But
I thought
also,
like
realistically,
we didn't
they
have
don't wanna
that
No, they don't wanna
freedom.
stay
I
on
thought
the
we
ship.
had to go.
Do you know what
Right,
I mean?
of
Like,
course.
they want to get off the ship,
And they gotta
stretch
stretch their
their
legs. Yeah,
party,
Yeah.
do whatever they're gonna do.
Yeah,
See
go
sights, do
out.
business.
Hey, here's a funny little thing. Aren't we harboring a big game hunter?
Yes,
Mhm.
we're going
He
on
was
the safari.
Heading to a safari.
Yeah, but he
We
was like,
have
"You
a
all
big
have
game
to do it
hunter.
with me."
Right. The whole conversation was, I want Jaeger Ayers' head on a wall somewhere that they can send back into the Imperium. Just be like,
That's
this is
what
what
you were
happened.
saying.
Yep.
That's what
And
you were
please
saying.
remember,
All right.
he's
I was like,
actually
he's offering
a
something.
high-ranking Imperial officer.
Jaeger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Mhm.
gonna
Whoopsie
stop
doodle
us.
daisy.
Oopsie. I have an Aslan are cool, and that was a really cool scene. Thank you very much. That was sick.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We're going on our 10-minute break, and then when we come back, I'm gonna sit back and see what they're gonna do because I suspect there's some
excited.
conversations they need to have with each other.
Yes.
Nah, fuck that. We're gonna go we're gonna go down on the planet.
Oh, I kind of feel like there's some conversations.
I
need to
don't
have
think we need to
between
worry
some
about
people
that.
over there.
Nah, I don't think that's a big deal. We're just gonna go down on the planet.
No, we don't
And
talk
we
about
got
things. We
five-
stuff those
it's-
feelings
We
deep
don't have
down.
a $500,000 credit conversation. Okay. We don't need
Chat, I too am going to be getting some wine and popcorn because I'll be out of the next one as well. So I'll see y'all for the next scene.
We'll see you in 10, everybody.
I don't even know how to even have that conversation. It wasn't even me.
Oh, it was. Oh. Hello, everyone, and we're back. I hope you had a lovely break. We are here
Hello.
for the last section of the second episode of our season. I hope you all had a lovely break. I have chocolate.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
Perfect.
I can hear you when they can hear you. When they cannot hear you, I cannot hear you. But I could last season, and I did not change my settings. So something weird has happened. I'm gonna work it out. I think what I have to do is find a way to capture the audio before OBS gets it, so that I can then have a second instance of that audio, right? That OBS can get it, but then I also get it in from a different
channel.
I have to go and do some wiring. Is what I think, virtual wiring, to see what I can do. It's just tricky.
I'm immediately trying to think of a solution.
Yeah, because right now it's yeah. We'll work it out. Anyhow, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. So when last we left our crew, they had just gotten this request to save the son of this Aslan noble, who frames himself as this great, massive king, but he's not. But he's still a noble. But wanted to save his son. Of course, honor is very important, so you cannot let people know that his son needs rescuing, because that would be bad for them. But you have this opportunity. However, people in chat are wondering, where's the Harlock? It's such a great question. Such a great question.
Great question.
Yeah.
I had an answer for you.
I know. I know. But you all are getting back onto your ship, is what's happening. You're getting back onto the Gambler. And I would like to, as you sort of get back in, it's the ship that you've known, right? You've got some grebes over there in the cargo hold, hanging out.
Yeah.
You've got some people in low berth. You've got some passengers that are up in their quarters waiting until you dock, right? Until you get close enough to the high port. Also, you are not close enough for the high port to hail you, but when you get close enough, they definitely will. And you have some explaining to do, most likely. But I need a roll from the Baron.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of role do you need?
Well, that's a good question. I need intellect.
Mm-hmm.
And
I just remembered how skills work. Perfect.
I'm going to give you a couple options.
All right.
And when I give you options, you can counterclaim based on the option I've given you.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Sure.
Stealth, recon, and recon were both the ones that come to my mind right away. I also feel like
in regards to what?
Yeah, I can't tell you yet. Investigate is also a possibility.
Okay. Oh, never mind. I was like, I only have a 2, and then I realized that 2 is pretty fucking good. Okay.
Those 3 are the skills that I can think of this being related to.
Recon. And these are all intel based.
Yeah, recon, stealth, or
it's either me figuring out investigation, me figuring out something, me scouting something out, or me trying to hide something. Or is it the opposite of those? Because you also need the opposite of those to read them, right? Oh boy. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna click away from my. Did you do that? Are you clicking? Clicking my sheet.
I just wanted to check. I just wanted to check
what
your psionic mod was. That's all.
That's all right.
No
I was
reason.
just. Yeah. Absolutely no reason. I am gonna. Okay, now I understand. I think what this is probably for. But I'm gonna play along. Ha ha ha. Here is. I'm gonna do is intel stealth. I think. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't really know why. So maybe I should do
Mhm.
Intel Recon because that makes more sense to finding out. Recon, I feel like I'm going to find out. So here's my wacky DM brain going off. I'm thinking if I did investigation, that means I'm willingly looking into something or willingly know what's going on. If I did stealth, I'm willingly trying to hide or figure out what's hiding. But I feel like recon is like perception or spot check for us 3.5 or Pathfinder. I don't know if Pathfinder's spot anymore. But I feel like recon may be the good one because that would be like the alert, right? I don't know as the player or the character what this is for. So I'm going to go Intel Recon. Final
I
answer.
like it. Mm-hmm.
And do I get any bonuses?
Nope.
All right, great. Any boons?
Mm-mm.
All right, great. And I rolled and I don't know what it is.
Good enough. That's a 16. That's very good.
Oh, good enough.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, great
So-
enough.
I'll just let you know when it shows up.
Hey,
You all,
you better. I
all
rolled
three
a
of you are
16.
yeah, that's a really good roll.
Yeah.
That's a really good roll. And I'm going to note that all three of you are getting back onto the ship, and I want to know what you do.
That's a great question. I think as we enter on the power cycles, or the air cycles,
Mm-hmm.
much better. I don't know what that was. This anybody else stuffy on that?
Tarek is going to turn to Val and say, a lie with the Aslans?
Who lied?
What now?
Is that what you were offering back there? For us to be allied with the Aslans? Or at least allied with his second son? Val, what's going on?
We need friends, don't we?
I'm with
Sure,
Doc here.
but
Also, did
then?
you hear the money? There's 300,000 credits on this one.
You remember
500.
what they did to
500.
Drinax?
500. Is that what you're talking about when you were growling at him?
Yes.
What did you say? What are we doing? 500. How did you do that?
I'm assuming we're like right in the cargo bay, like we had just walked off of.
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's
Wait,
what
hold
I
on
was
a second,
thinking, too.
To be fair, I didn't think I would be the one targeted at this moment, but
Yeah, where's your wine and popcorn now, Greg?
if there were tables in this place, they have certainly turned. Val would simply look and say, "This is part of the mission, is it not? Make money,
Yeah, of course it is.
make friends, alliances."
With the people who bombed Drinax?
You have to see beyond that. At some
See
point,
beyond
we have to work with everybody in the galaxy, or they will bomb us again.
See, and I'm with the doctor here, but also now
You!
that you brought up the bombing, I'm a little now. I'm flip-flopping, and I know I'm angry, but in like an ancestral way, or like a loyal, patriotic way. But I do understand, and I think the smartest choice was what we've done, and I'm proud of it. Also, 500,000 credits. Go on.
Oh
What did
my
you say to him?
Useless man.
What?
You!
Why?
This is what I
For
was expecting. I have to go to the
any
med.
number.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
Leave me here.
I assume Val is out before Tarika can like grab his arm.
No,
or
no,
anything like that.
he won't leave. He wouldn't leave Tarika in this state. He's gonna, or in this situation. So he's going to, yeah. Well,
Just for my like out of player knowledge, how long does it take that drug to get out of Tarika's system? Because I know it was
You took an antidote.
we should be okay.
Sue, yeah,
Oh,
Sue built up
we did.
It was
Okay.
the inhaler.
Oh, there's the inhaler.
Oh, I thought Tarika didn't take that. I thought everybody else did, but I thought Tarika.
oh, you know
didn't.
what? Tarika did not take it. I don't think.
I don't think Tarika did. Tarika was very out of it. They got offered it, and then they refused it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So how long does it take that drug to get out of my system?
They did not take it around Val though. I think Val
You were
thinks
tripping
they
on the
did take
entire
it.
meeting?
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
I think they've been
I just
tripping.
want to see if it would get more interesting.
I've
gonna
attended
this
meetings like
business
that
meeting
before.
and maybe it'll feel better.
Guys, let's make some deals.
Make an endurance roll for Tarika.
Okie dokie karaoke. I'm just pulling up that sheets. Okay, here we go.
Nope. So
No.
that's
Oh.
7.
Oh,
Nope.
that's bad.
Mhm. It's still there. Well,
Okay.
I'm just gonna note that. Go on.
And can you remind me what I know some of the effects are psionic, but I don't remember what all of the effects are off the top of my head.
Not everything that you see and hear is happening here and now. You know?
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have been that's I've been like feeling like it's like a little bit of like a mushroom trip.
Yes.
Okay.
Except that it's also psionic. So, and I'm gonna note.
Mushroom trip, but the mushroom trip is real because you made
See,
it
that's kind of the
real.
thing, though. That's
Yeah.
the thing. And I will note, none of you actually took it. You all got it. It got into, because it was opened up, it got into the air system, and so you have
Secondhand huff.
This is like a contact high, but it is a very powerful drug. Also very addictive, but that's for later. And
You're right. Forgot about
Yay.
that.
but you didn't take it, so you're fine.
Just gonna be
It's
we're
just
all
that-
just gonna be really anxious for 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
It's
Why am I
gonna be
really
totally
cold? Why am I really hot?
Now, just from my own
funny.
point of reference here, we did clear it out of the air. Everything is
Yes.
there's no continuous exposure. We did all
Yes.
yeah.
And you isolated that drug. You're like, oh nope, now I know. So you sealed it back
Yep.
up again, so it is not getting back.
And the
out.
majority of it was in the med bay. It wasn't like it was
Yes.
all through the
Yes.
it was just
Yeah.
the med bay. The med bay happens to be in the residential area where everybody's
does.
right. You're all
Yes, it
welcome.
does.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I love this
Yes, it
so
does.
much.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I think that Cord did it the right way. It's like a mushroom trip, except that these things actually also then happen. You know what I mean? Like,
They happen. Sometimes it's
Cool.
real.
Cool.
sometimes it's real. Sometimes the melty face is actually happening.
You're actually melting someone's face.
Because you're doing it.
Because you're doing it,
Yeah.
awkward.
I feel like I should
Find
have
your face.
mentioned
Well,
that
Erica, we are.
But it's like, it's been a while. It's been long enough that a lot of it has gone through your system. It's just
Okay.
It's just
We have
not.
like that weird gravity. I just want to go over there. No, that's actually gravity.
But it's still
Oh.
like they still have this feeling of like wanting to vomit, but it's not as bad, and they're still like a little angsty.
I can imagine it's like when you're walking. Sometimes you're like, are my feet touching the ground completely? Sometimes it's a little bit unclear. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like one of those things where it's like
Okay.
you're a little floaty, and maybe you are a little floaty. No, you're on the ground. It's fine. That was
Okay.
Just,
Okay.
Yeah.
So when Tarika like rounds on Severance, to then it feels like they're like whooshing in this great big ball dress that's like everything is flowing around them.
Mm-hmm.
There's like
And they're
ray
like-
tracking as well for some reason.
I
Like an old
assume
70s
there's, like-
camera. Yeah.
I squint at the lens flare. I just rolled a medic check to see if just by looking, Val could realize that Tarika is. The chat said it best. I think the Latin is tripium balsium, but
That is the Latin, actually. So can I give you an answer that's not the one that you
This is the
expect?
Latin.
sure,
Dear
yeah,
Doc.
please. Trooper, I would
care?
never expect. I expect an answer from you that I would never expect. So yes, but give me a normal answer.
Give me a normal answer.
Sure. The short, easy answer is yes. She's still slightly tripping. But no, it's not because of your medic skill. I mean, it is, but that's not really what keys you in on it.
It's the lens.
I'll bite. Trooper, what keys me in on the
It's her crest.
there.
It's just Thank you. It's their crest, that sort of pin that they wear. It is, you can notice it slightly glowing, like in a kind of a pulsating way. So the gemstone of that crest. Uh, it's very subtle, and if you don't pay attention to it, you need a good doctor's eye to notice, right? If you don't pay attention to it, so you won't see it. It's very subtle, but it's slightly pulsating. It like the color of it is slightly pulsating, and it's that keys you in onto the fact that, oh, I think they're still tripping balls. Well, very small balls though, like little gerbil balls, not like big ones, like really tiny ones.
They're dripping gerbil balls.
You know what?
Thanks,
When I
Doc.
woke up this morning and I thought about how my day was going to go, at no point did I think that I would have somebody quantify a statement about drug use to the size of a rodent's balls. But here we are. So I mean, God bless.
TTRPGs, ladies and gentlemen.
You're right, everybody. Everybody, please pick up Traveler. Yeah, everything is quantified by the
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Mongoose, am I right?
Yeah, mongoose. Maybe mongoose balls, but it's like,
Here we go.
and what's interesting to you though is that it's that, because that's the 13 second roll. There's something about that connection to the family crest that, if you recall, they were not wearing it like yesterday. You know what I mean? Like, they have started wearing it, and they were not wearing it before they got it, and then they were not wearing it. They were keeping it in their pocket, right? But now they're wearing it, which has been only since, actually, interestingly enough, since all that drug stuff started happening. Weird, I didn't do it. The player did it, not me. But
Don't look at me.
Don't look at me. It's been since that moment they've been actually wearing it on their, like, where it should be, right? There's a specific place where it's supposed to go, and they've been wearing it about since our drug trip is happening, and it's just slightly pulsating in color, and that is what keys you in. Like, you know that's the key. Not that it's the key,
Okay, so-
but it's not just like, oh, I can see your eyes dilated. It's something about the ways in which, like, a connection between those.
There's a biological connection between their crest and their state, and without being meta, Val would know that that's something that could happen. That there would be, the crest would be a reflection of biological.
That is not a thing that you would know would happen, but that's what you get in this moment, right? Like, your medical check.
Very weird. Okay.
Yeah, this is not a thing, right? That's not a thing. Biological connections between stones and people is not a thing. But in this moment, as you're using your medical skill, that's what you see, right? You see this biological
So you're
connection.
high.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's checking his own vitals. Like,
Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Right? Like, you're seeing a biological connection between this crest and Tarika, one that you have not seen before because they were never wearing it.
I can see music, man.
You can see the music, and you just know deep in your probably no longer tripping body that this sort of is a reflection of lingering psionic activity.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool.
Because
right.
that's kind of what this tripping balls is all about. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a psionic enhancing drug. So all the trippiness is about a kind of a involuntary flare-up of psionic activity in the brain and self. Like, as Anigeek said, it's a little bit too much absinthe is what's going on, right? But in a psionic way. But you see the connection between this crest, a biological, medical connection between this crest and Tarika. In a way that is clear to you, psionic. It's a psionic connection.
He would note that, and he would subtly, using his arm pad, tell Sue to devote just a little bit of attention to that crest for future data gathering. Not to be intrusive, but at the same time to make sure that this is more of a, is this some way that we can like if they're sick or they're reeling, is it also like reflective of a negative type of like an illness or something like that? He wants to gather data because this is something that could potentially help him as a physician going forward. That's the extent of it. However, again, this is Val, and Val doesn't see the fact that this is also intrusive. But again, Greg sees that, Val does not.
Yeah, yeah.
Here we go.
Everybody here, all of our antagonists have flexible
Morals, ethics,
morals.
Excuse you.
agonists.
Mine are absolutely not flexible.
Should I talk to Evan about that?
Oh, hey, wait a second.
Yeah, the bird shot. The one you Dick Cheney'd.
There was no bird shot in that one. That had a big picture of a deer on the side of that shot, guy.
The worst part is, like, right before we went on the Aslan, Tarika threw up on the bridge, and he's the one who cleaned it up, and that still hasn't been addressed. So anyway.
Yep.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
anytime.
monster.
I'm tracking all this. I'm tracking
Oh
it.
yeah. I'm tracking also what things you say you want in this state. I'm just noting those things. Go on.
What?
Nothing.
So Tarika like wheels around and looks at Severance, and they just have this like, how can you possibly have a say in any of this? You were perfectly fine with it a moment ago, considering that this is your planet.
Yes.
And now you're just fine with it? You're just fine with having an alliance?
Well, it's not necessarily an alliance with all of the Aslan. It's an alliance with, from what I understand and from what I heard, an alliance with this one Aslan. And this one Aslan is going to give us 500,000 credits.
500,000 credits. And the potential, whenever his son is found, if this is somebody that is,
Yes.
we all agree is somebody that we can respect and a person of character, we might be able to form an alliance with them. Remember, second sons are not desperate, but there's a desperation to anybody that is beyond the first. A need to expand, a need to find friends outside of one's comfort zone.
Yes, and also, sorry,
500,000 credits.
Yeah, sorry. The also this Lord of Fatah Caillou. Yeah, Fatah Caillou. This Lord is full of shit. Really, he's full of it.
Absolutely. Did you see the games he was playing with the
Yes,
director from the planet?
Yes, yeah. All I didn't. Well, that stuff sort of flew by me. But once we got in there, and I could sort of see what he was saying and what he was talking about. Wow. But I do know that well, if you could see that he has money, and the money that he is spending it on is really just the front face. And if he is going to use that money for his own image, he will definitely help us with ours. But like I said, I went into this making alliance with this man because I could see through that this man is just an Aslan, not the Empire. If it was the Empire, I'd think differently. But if this guy is going to give us a bunch of money, then yes, okay, very well. And with what Doc said and stuff about the with you saying the thing about the child and stuff, and we use that. So that's why I did that. But I understand it. Yeah, fuck Aslan. Not only as much as we need to, you know. Like we could pay us to fuck Aslan.
Absolutely pointless.
All right, what do you mean?
You are a complete just. You flip-flop around to make your own morals on the entirety of life, and then you turn around and you destroy mine. Like, it just... Can you for 1 second just stay in simple lane, one of them, one at a time, and get something done?
Excuse me, I have been, except this one time. Except just now. But usually I'm very good about it. Same the other times.
When
the
you
other time
murdered the pirate queen?
Yeah, that wasn't flip-floppy. She was going to go down.
That was not your...
I didn't tell anybody about it. because I knew you'd all react and go, no, but it was the best decision we could have made. Otherwise, we would have our information would have leaked out, and it would have been the best way we would have been able to utilize our Drinaxian secret. The thing is, what I don't like about what we did just now was make the deal as the gambler. If we made it as the stone jackal like we originally thought, that would have been good as well. Probably better. But either way, I think we could probably weasel out of it. I'm sorry.
But they know that they know we're from Drinax.
We do know that, yes.
And
Tara,
that
and what do
wasn't-
you know about that, Tarika? What about you and the transponder codes and sending it and having us?
That's
lead
not
back to-
Jerica's fault. The
I'm trying
transponder
to
is.
find something. And what about that time you made Evan pick up his puke?
You know what? It was mine. And secondly,
it.
how dare you try and just turn this entire thing around? Why not just accept responsibility?
Are we still in the dock? We're still in the fucking cargo.
Yeah,
right?
we haven't
Okay.
left the cargo bay.
I think
Okay,
next
so
to us
this-
is from
I think the
previous-
Greaves,
right,
yeah.
we're in a very open spot right here, and we still have passengers because we haven't docked yet. So,
But they're in their
not-
rooms because they're not allowed to
not
come
to-
out of their rooms at the moment because
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
but,
there
but
was
we have
on
we
your
have
way to
we
the
have
high port.
we have some people that don't listen to rules. So,
That's
I-
true. Also, you have
I-
some
I-
Greebs looking at you.
right. I don't want to interrupt this, but I want to. I can kill two birds with one stone here. I'm gonna get on the comm and direct patch to Wesley. Wesley, we need to have a secure place to speak down here on the first floor. Where have you been holding up down here? No, your little secret area. Where is that? We need to use that right now.
What?
Wesley, where is your secret area on the first floor that you have been holding up and treating as your own room because we made you share your room? What have you claimed as your own? We need a safe spot to talk quietly. Quickly, Wesley, please.
Right, okay.
But before you do, turn down the
Also,
gain a
welcome
bit.
back on the ship. All right, so,
Thank you.
okay. So I am... Can I just go down there and clean it up first before I show you?
Could you just tell us where it is?
Tell us where it is.
Yeah,
Quickly.
all right, so...
Time of the
yes,
essence.
yes. No, okay, yeah, right, okay. So, you know where the low berth is, right?
Yes, we know
I'm
where it
aware.
is.
Okay. Well, next to the low berth, you've got some of the engine rooms, right? You got some tanks there. So some of the fuel tank. There's a room right by the low berth area, and that's actually nobody goes down there much because it's where you keep all the fuel tanks. It's like the starboard side fuel tanks, and right down there, actually, I can go and it's actually really nice.
We won't take anything or touch anything. We just need a place that's quiet. Thank you so much, Wesley.
Wait. Don't look at anything, or touch anything, or...
All I want to do now
Anything?
is look and touch everything,
no.
Wesley. No,
Also, okay.
Wesley,
Wesley,
get
I
the
promise we won't look
transponder
anything.
code.
Yes.
What? I'm supposed to do... Hello? You want... Hello?
I say we just all go over to his spot and then just...
We should go to where he is
It
now.
just,
and
it
like,
just shows the empty.
It is-
if this is a TV shot, it's the empty cargo bay with the speaker. Hello, hello,
Yeah.
We're not- and it's just the Greaves.
Nobody.
You know?
One of them's looking at the speaker.
yeah.
With their
Chewing on
fangs
space hay.
because
Yeah.
they're carnivorous herbivores. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
that's
Like,
true.
they're-
Yeah, carnivorous and herbivores. That's right.
They're very dangerous.
Okay, so as soon as we get in there, he seals the door, but at the
In a
same time,
llama-like way.
checks on the just real quick, just the low birth person that he had knocked. That person's still down and under the one that had survived, the one of the couple, one of the mothers that had.
Non-murdered one.
Is the
Mom.
is the non-murdered one back in the low berth? Like, so it's everything's cleaned up. There's no possible indication of anything, right? Because that was my
Right,
last
and they're
understanding.
Right, and they're quarantine sealed in their low birth pod because they were exposed to the
Sickness.
fever, the Venetian fever, I believe. The Nebian fever is what I used.
Yeah, the Nebian fever. It's bad times. Bad times.
Very bad,
Oh,
but it's
boy.
okay. I got
Oh,
it contained.
Thank goodness you're
No
here, Val.
problem. I know, right?
Easy.
Could I get a psionics check from Tarika?
Yes.
Specifically telepathy.
I don't have telepathy, so do I just
I believe
click?
you do. No, you have awareness. Yes,
I
that's correct. Yes.
I have awareness.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please give me awareness. I said telepathy,
Okay.
but I meant awareness. That's
Here we go.
A 5.
I would like to use luck to bump that up to an 8.
Well, you only have to use 2 luck, not 3.
Oh, okay.
Isn't
I would
that
like to
interesting?
do. That is very interesting. I wonder if it has to do with all the drugs in my system.
Actually, now that means only 1 you have to spend.
Oh.
Oh. I still have 8 luck left. Yay.
Mhm.
I have 8 luck. You have
I have
11,
9 luck total.
9 luck.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they did not.
I'm
They did not.
super lucky.
I think they did 1 less round of
I have 3.
terms.
And I rolled super high.
Oh right. I also am the unluckiest of the party. Right. Never mind. Really. Narratively
But-
and also.
And it was true, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Narratively, mechanically.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. I'm gonna just note that as well. That'll be a thing to note. Please go on.
Okay.
As you go into, so if you go to we have a map, and let me take you there.
Do you have a
for moment.
secret spot on the map?
Well, I can tell you exactly where all the hanging out is happening. Right. So here we have the gambler. Right. So for
Correct.
everybody else, sort of big times. Now, if you go down to the cargo area, thank you very much. Exactly right down there. That is right down here is where we have. Pardon me. Right down here is where we have the low berth.
Yeah.
And right here is that is the jump
Ideal.
drive. So you've got 2 jump drives, like on this side and on this side. And in that area, and you have power plants here and here.
Mhm.
And in that area, in back there where the jump drive is, on that one side over here, you have to go through all those doors, and in the back there, in between all the big sort of generators for the jump drive, you've got like a bedroll out there, and Wesley's pack, and sort of like a little pillow, right? Sort of like rolled, a little roll. This is clearly where Wesley is.
The magic
hanging out.
happens.
Yeah. Yes, actually, in certain kinds of ways, that is correct.
Please smush room. Okay.
mhm,
And we're here.
mhm.
What's it smell like?
Well, it smells like ozone, right? Because you've
Right.
just come out of jump. Right? So
Okay.
you've got the kind of like, this is probably not a place where Wesley can be in certain moments, right? Because
Right. Like
when they
during
pull up-
jump, radiation, you know.
Yeah. You probably don't want to be all up in there. But this is a place where we're probably not going to go unless it breaks down. And it has been fixed, right? It's already been repaired. And so there's that little spot in there. And it smells mostly of ozone at the moment.
Okay.
But you've got a little bit of smell of like earth, dirt in
Okay.
there as well.
Shoes. All right. Yeah, as we
And there's clearly like
make our way
like
here.
a whole bunch of like everything's packed up in the bag, right? So it's very clearly that whenever Wesley leaves, he packs everything back up in this sort of duffel bag back up again. And it's not completely full because a bunch of stuff is theoretically up in his room where he's bunking. But he's clearly got some stuff down here that's all stuck in this bag, and the bedroll still rolled out as if he was not expecting to have to pack that up.
Right.
I mean, fair. He did ask to be able to put things away, and we did say, no, it's urgent.
Yeah.
Hey, can I tidy it up? No. Hey.
But I will note, it isn't messy. So he said he wanted to tidy up, but things are not all laid out. Everything is, it's just that the
Yeah.
bag is out. The bag is there. The bedroll is there. It's
Wesley.
not hidden.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
It is not
Okay.
hidden.
As soon as the door seals shut, I think Tirika just like sits down and tenses their fingers together and is just like, so we're making an alliance now, hoping that these Aslans won't come and just nuke us again when they figure out exactly what's going on. Fingers crossed? Is that exactly the sort of plan that we're looking at here?
Fingers crossed up to a certain point, but I do think I don't speak Aslan. I don't know the Aslan culture as well as Doc. And I don't know the noble culture as well as you. Up to a certain point. But I can't say no to 500,000 credits. Especially for the ship and for Drinax. I think this is still the best. What would we have said? No, and move on. I
Well, I think we
wanted
say
to.
yes to the money, and I think we say no to the alliance.
I think it was a group thing. I don't know if we could have done both, really. But it was a package deal, and the at least that's what I thought. But the alliance, unless something went over my head when we made the deal, and the alliance being we would get. Now I'm worried. What did I just sign off to?
How many
Look at it
psionic
like this.
points would you like to spend, Terica?
How many psionic points would I like to spend?
Mhm.
I don't know that I have that many. Hang on, let me take a look at how many I've got. I'm not as
From what
familiar.
I understand. We go and help this man find his second son, and then we bring him back alive. Easy, maybe. And if not, it's still money. We get trade credits from that too, and then we get their ship, bring that back as well. More money, and then do whatever that the Doc made a deal with. And then later, when we reveal ourselves as the Emperor would like and the King of Drinax wanted, we have the backing of this guy.
I think that's a very rose-tinted way of looking at it. I would like to spend 1 psionic point.
Just one? You can spend as many as you like.
As many as I like?
Mhm.
I mean, I don't have that many. I think I've just got 2.
Just let me know.
You know what? Terica is on the edge. Let's spend both psionic points.
Sweet. Okay. Could you do me a favor? Just
I
as
don't
this
know.
conversation's getting heated, you know? Could you describe where you're sitting and what you're doing with your hands?
The hands are tented together. And Terica is sitting not on Wesley's bedroll, but like right beside it. Just sort of like crouched on the ground, just sitting, just like trying to have the world stop moving quite as much as it is right now.
May I ask how you do that? Do you steady yourself on anything?
I think it's the going low to the ground. It's the squatting that's trying to do that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, continue on.
My point with all of this is a negotiation has to be formulated at some point. Let's say that we're successful. We do exactly what the king wants. We go throughout the galaxy, spending months, years, collecting resources and privateering and getting exactly what we need as far as respect goes for Drinax. But we never make any inroads with the Aslan. As soon as we go online and the kingdom of Drinax reemerges, what then is to stop the Aslan from seeing this upstart rebellion pop up again? They have no knowledge of this new kingdom and see it nothing more as an extension of the culture that they tried to eradicate before and were benevolent enough to allow to let live in the floating palace. Inroads like this begin to make the Aslan not the enemy or not the other, but an ally, someone to trade with. He already negotiated trade rights. That's huge for them. He didn't dismiss us. He bid us farewell. That's respect. I'm not saying that we trust the Aslan after what they've did to Drinax. I'm saying that we can't not trust them. We have to do something or history repeats itself.
I agree. Couldn't have said it better myself, and I tried and failed miserably.
Erica, are you feeling okay?
I'm fine.
Are you?
I'm absolutely fine. Everything is fine.
And I know that you're lying.
You're one to talk.
Not lying.
On Wesley's duffel bag, sort of half full. On top of it, there's a stick. You know, maybe about so big. It's not a thin. It's not like a little branch. It's like it's come from like a piece of tree. You know, it's a pretty good, like maybe like an inch in diameter, perhaps. It's not it's clearly was taken from a tree of some sort, right? It's not like some kind, you didn't get it. It's not a dowel. You didn't get it at a store or anything like that. But it's there, and because Terica, you're right near this pack. It's been whittled, right? There's been carving on it. It's just kind of sitting on the duffel itself, and it's like, you know, it's like a good, a little bit less than a foot, and about an inch in diameter, and you can see all these little carvings that Wesley has whittled out of it. And it wasn't just like whittling; it's like making kind of like little designs in there, and it's just like sort of sitting there, right there on his duffel.
Do I recognize the designs?
No, but they're a lot of care has been put into them. And time and effort. Like a steady hand has been put into this. And at first it might just look like a stick, but then when you see it, you notice all of the sort of detail and work, probably hours worth of work was sort of put into it. It's not just like a general kind of whittling, it's like a really fine detail. And doesn't seem to have any purpose other than to make something beautiful.
I think as Terica's like head drops into their hands and they're like thinking about all of this and they're recognizing the logic of it, and there's still this like fear of not being able to control so much of so many things that are happening right now. Again, one more time. And they see this stick just lying right beside them. And they pick it up and look at it.
And that's when you break it.
Oh no. That was the last thing I wanted to do.
I know, but you don't know your own strength.
That's true.
You don't know your own psionic strength.
You do know your own strength. You know how strong you are. You've picked up, you are a mechanic.
Yeah.
You know your own strength. You know how to pick up things with delicacy. You know how you know how much pressure you put when you touch something, right? Or how much pressure you put when you close your hand upon it. If we were gonna like make an arbitrary number, like you could say, for example, that your strength was like a 5, right? But as you pick it up, it's as if your strength is a 7 and not a 5, because it currently is a 7 and not a 5. You are stronger. You you don't realize it because you've not been really interacting with other physical things, but when you pick up this stick and it
Yeah.
snaps in your hand, you realize that you have a lot more strength than you did before. And maybe it's not even a 7, it might be an 8. If we're going to use arbitrary numbers to describe strength as if it were a
Theory
stat
is
on a character sheet.
my theory is you consumed the Harlock and took her powers.
That's definitely a theory you should state out loud right now. Totally,
it.
you're totally
Gotta
safe.
be-
This is a
gotta
safe
be it.
space. Terica won't do anything, I promise.
No, it's gotta be.
I'm
it.
kidding. I think that when that happens,
everybody
like
else sees this happen. Everybody else sees you
Oh,
just
yeah,
pick
right.
up this stick and snap it.
It looked
I
like
think
they snapped it, or did they just like sort of pick it up and it snapped?
No, their hand snapped it, but they did. It didn't seem like they were doing it on. It didn't seem like they.
Got it. Like breaking a crayon with one hand,
Yeah.
or like a
Yes, very much
Okay.
like that. Like you pick up a crayon, right, and then in the process, you snap it.
okay.
I think like this entire time Terica's been, just like moving, right? Like they can't seem to stay in a single spot. And when that happens, they just completely freeze and they stare down at that stick. And then they look up at Val and they say, I'm not fine.
I know.
I know it. Called it.
Val goes to Terica without hesitation, unless they stop him.
They wouldn't.
He's he would gently take the stick from their hands if allowed, and kind of squat because they're still squatted down, correct? Still kind of
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
right.
They
Then-
would make sure not to touch Val though when he goes to take the stick because they're like they would almost flinch.
Well, he's going to squat down almost in a mirror, but to do so, it kind of like that again, this is Greg's therapy showing. This is that way that whenever you sit in a chair and you get closer to one another by having like, knees kind of interlock if you're kind of squatting or sitting, he would do that to get their torso, their frames closer to one another as he's just gets as much proximity, closes the proximity as he can without actually physical contact. Talk to me.
Want me to leave?
Terica would look up at Severance and be like, I don't know what to do with you.
And then I know what I know what I can do with me, and I just leave the room.
You say that you leave the room.
I would like to leave. I go to try to leave the room and give them privacy.
Yes, but you did make a very good roll earlier.
I listen to the
And-
wall.
Sometimes say things. But it is as you're going to go to leave, there's that door, right? To leave.
Mhm.
And you open the door to leave. And you remember, or maybe you're there, it's unclear, opening the door to go into that study, that library, that you were supposed to go and search to find that thing that the Harlock wanted. But the Baron Marrymore was in that room. And that was where you were going to fight. That was where you're going to fight. But rewind that memory. Rewind it. Back, there's a hallway. You're going down the hallway. The Harlock went to the left, and you went into the room. If you go backwards, you're going down the hallways on the second floor of this estate, the Marrymore estate. Nobody was in. It was on the wing. There was a wing. You remember because you had to scout out using your recon to try to make sure that nobody was on that side, because the Baron wasn't supposed to be there. The Baron was supposed to be somewhere else, away. It was a party that the Baroness was holding, the Baroness Marrymore, and everybody was out in the front of the estate, also in the back of the estate. And you remember you were trying to avoid, because you were the Baron, you were trying to avoid being seen. And as you're backing up, and as your hand touches the door to leave this area, you remember as you walked by another door, and it was glass, and you were seeing, like you were on your way to the library, because you're backing yourself up, right? And as you're on your way, you pass by these beautiful glass doors that are overlooking the back of the estate. And you can see all the spread, all of the people, all the guests that are milling and talking and chatting that you are avoiding, you and the Harlock. And they're in front of these beautiful tables. There's this ice sculpture of a swan, and there are those water gardens. The water gardens that you saw in the mirror the Harlock in front of. And you know in this moment that the Harlock is back where you were murdered or killed, that the Harlock is an imperial space, that those water gardens that you've seen in your vision are the water gardens at the Marrymore estate. And you know one more thing. You can feel it in your bones. There's this moment when you feel like you are the Harlock. And you were in that place, but you're no longer there. Now you're in a different estate. You're in a place you've never been before. But it feels familiar, maybe not to you, but maybe to the Harlock. And it's a music room. And there's a woman there, and sort of like flowing, looks sort of like the Harlock, but older, but not the same person, maybe a relative. And these flowing gowns, like a robe with long flowing sleeves. And you, maybe the Harlock, are going to leave this room. And as you go to put your hand on the door, as you're putting the hand on the door, it's locked, and you're trapped in this room, and you cannot get out. And you hear this person say, "Well, you can stay here forever." And your glasses are warm on your temple, a little bit pulsating to you. And then you're back. And you can leave if you wish.
There's an uncomfortable amount of time where I'm at the door. And then I sort of take my glasses off and I look toward both of you and I go, "You know where the Harlock is? He's in Imperial space."
What?
How?
The water gardens. I opened the door just now and couldn't because I've been there before. The same night, I was at the water gardens at the Marrymore estate. And that's where she is. If I was to send her anywhere, if I had that choice, or if I had that subconscious effort to do so, and if I had this psionic subconscious ability to send someone anywhere, away, of course I would send them to a memory that I would presume was away. Oh boy. Well, and I leave the room.
But
Then I go to leave the room.
there's no way you could send somebody that far. There have never been any stories. All the stories about like the evil Zodani and all that stuff, no one has ever gone that far. We're talking months and months and months and months away.
It's either water gardens or water closet. Maybe she's in the bathroom. That's where she's been the whole time.
At least the stories that you know it's not possible. So I
Yeah,
don't know how that happened.
I don't know how that happened. I think he's still probably going to leave and be puzzled for a moment and try to figure out what it all means. But I think it was more him thinking out loud to everyone, having this epiphany, and then tries to disassociate from it because there's 500,000 credits on this job here. So I think he's going to try to disassociate from it, but also try to figure out and rack his brain while also trying to give them space. But I think he's still haunted by this vision.
You just have a sense that the Harlock is trapped.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and I will take that with me as I leave them to discuss and have this moment, but I'm going to have that weird epiphany and leave.
And Tarika, when he turns back, you certainly see it. But Val would also see it. There's something weird about his eyes, actually. Like a slight green glow. Sort of emerges a little bit in his eyes. And Tarika, you spent those points. You smell burning. It's hard to say. When I say you smell burning, that's difficult because there's smelling, which is like here and then now. The drug is still there. But then there's also smelling like in a different way. Like you have another set of senses and one of them can smell, and what you're smelling is burning flesh.
Flesh?
Yes.
Tarika
Like,
just shudders violently.
like severance is catching fire.
I would reach out and, if allowed, to try to steady, try to reinforce, try to support, try to do all of the good things that touch is supposed to help with. Talk to me, Erica.
Don't you smell that? Don't you smell that? He's
Don't
burning.
smell.
He's burning. He's
Severance?
yes.
Hey. Does it smell like? Tell me. Help me see.
Like Tarika almost goes to reach out and touch him, remembers what happened to the twig and snatches their hands back. And says like
No. And as soon as you would start to pull your hands back, Val realizes what you're attempting. And if you allow it, he is going to grab your hands and put them on either side of his temples, and he's going to activate his own telepathy.
Yes.
okay. I think there would be like a split second of like a jerk back, but then like they would just let their hands go and they don't want to crush Val's skull.
A 4 ain't great, but I can spend some luck.
That's what you
So
need for telepathy. Because the telepathy is, if you're doing a mind link, that is a 4.
Okay, great.
Val's head's crushed in.
I feel like
Barbie doll.
That is the greatest visual reference I think I've ever heard. Because everybody knows what that means. So good.
Yes.
I would assume more than just like the burning smell of severance comes across this mind link. There's probably also like all of the uncertainty around like not only is Severance on fire, but now he's like connected to the Harlock, and maybe Terrico's misjudged him, so there's probably some guilt and shame in there, and then like all of the questions of like, wait, so is he my father, or is like the original Baron my biological father, or like who is my biological father, and please don't let it be him. And so there's, I think all of that comes across in this trying to show what's happening with Severance moment.
Ari, what is the best day that Val and Terrica had together?
I think it was right after they remember that first time when they got caught cheating at cards and they ran out and they had to like vault over the chain link fence. And when they got to the other side and they'd like tucked up on top of the roof and they were just lying there safely escaped, like listening to, you know, the officers, the sound of the officers like going by and missing them. And that moment of just pure bliss, staring up at the clouds, freedom, safety, all of it.
Clouds, like the star field behind it, you know, whenever the clouds would, that's where we are.
Yeah. Val,
time.
everything is just the ground is moving.
No, not here. Erica, you are you. No matter what history writes.
I think Terrica would, if Val allows it, would just like curl up, like just sort of tuck and curl. And they would just like take a couple of breaths and start to like recenter and stop. Like, I think it would take a little bit of time, but they'll eventually be breathing like normally.
And that entire time, Val would be talking not nonsense and not talking to hear himself talk, or not talking to so Terrica can hear him talk. And it's not meant to be soothing either. It's meant to be a reminder of who they both are. And he would just sit there and say, this ground is as hard as I remember it, but the sky, there's that cloud that we should be running past right now, the one with the heel. And then you hear that click, 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 and off the heel. They're gone. I had no idea we were feet above them.
You see the blue on that cloud?
I do. Erica, you do not need a defender. You do not need you don't even need a partner. But I want you to know that the universe entire would have to get through me to hurt you. not allow it. I will aid you in any way that I can, no matter what this universe finds sport in to share with you or test you with. I am going nowhere.
Tarika would like turn so that they can look at Val and say, I've got your back too. Always.
You are the only one I will ever allow have my back.
It is quite the honor.
That is when there are some connections and links that have been made between you all in this moment, in the aftermath of this psionic drug. And I need this chain to link. One, the crest flares in this moment. Tarika, you have this link to Severance at this moment. Val, you have a link to Tarika at this moment. Severance, you have a link to the Harlock at this moment. Val, you're the only one who can do this right now. And you can only do this because you are all linked. Something is bad right now. You can smell it. Severance is not in the room. Severance, where are you? When you left, where did you go?
Great question. I think he's pacing around outside. I think he's thinking that, like, yeah, I think he's thinking it's like he wasn't dismissed from the, or didn't dismiss himself from the, from that conversation. It still felt like there was no resolution. So he's still pacing outside, but I think he's also now trying to think about this feeling of trapped and what that could be. He's just sort of pacing and trying to figure it out. Now, the way that I stopped myself in the middle of thinking of that because I don't know if he. I care. Cord, I do, but I don't know if Severance does about, like, oh, she's missing. Oh well. Like, I don't know if he. I think he's curious. And maybe that's why. And I think maybe this. I think that's what it is. It's not necessarily. It's just this awful thing. It's not like, oh, where's Harlock? We got to get her out of there. He keeps getting haunted by this memory, and he keeps getting haunted by this link. And it's like he's bubbling up in the most inopportune times. And I think right now he's trying to figure out how he can stop it. But in the path of thinking, he keeps getting brought back to the Harlock and being trapped in the water gardens and the Marrymore estate and all of those things. But he's still sort of pacing back and forth. And I think if we were watching him pace back and forth, it's not him pacing back and forth. It's him pacing back and forth. I think he's like walking down and then he's walking backwards, but I don't know if he means to, but he's walking backwards, just sort of, that's him trying to figure out a past memory. And then he starts to try to move forward. So if we were to watch him, it would be this weird, just robotic back and forth of facing the same direction as he's trying to recount memories and trying to decipher this weird mind maze that has been thrown in front of him and keeps getting stuck in. And what was that lady saying? You could stay here forever. And then he starts thinking and starts to go back through, retrace his steps in his mind, but also literally in front of him, back and forth down this corridor. I think.
So, many things would not be possible except for very
Completely
particular
selfish.
circumstances. Somewhere else and right here. There's only one person on this ship at this moment who has telepathy. And telepathy is the only ability that has mind shield. The other two people here are completely unshielded in their minds. Severance and Taraka.
Oh, Spaghetti-O.
Uh-huh.
Val,
Yeah.
you smell it. The burning. You smell old flesh catching fire. And it's far away, but it's coming closer and closer. And you feel a presence, as if it's about to walk by you. You can't see it. But you also know that it's not here, that you're sensing it through your telepathic link with Taraka. But you also know it's not with Taraka. There's a line, right? There's a line that takes you to Severance and something very far away that's coming much closer very quickly. I would like you to make, if you wish, you don't have to. You can just let it go where it's going to go. But if you would like to, you may roll telepathy to represent psychic shielding, but not for you.
Yeah.
Or the Baron.
Not for him or me. That's what you said. That's what you said, man.
Well, he doesn't need it. Whatever it is,
Got
it's
it.
not coming
Yeah,
from
yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah. Got it.
And normally you cannot shield other people, but you are all at this moment linked, and also the Harlock is in a place that allows this to happen.
Oh my goodness.
If you wish, you may roll a psychic shield for Severance, or you can choose not to. But something's coming,
Yeah, he's rolling.
and you can smell him on fire.
And I'm on fire.
Okay, do I need to roll anything? Boon, Bane,
No boon, no bane.
And what if you didn't roll? Oh,
Here we
Yeah.
go.
What if you didn't roll? That's
Uh,
fine.
5.
What would you like to do about that?
I have 6 luck.
don't waste your luck on me, please.
Are you kidding me? What do I need?
Would you like to spend all 6? If you spend 6, that gives you an 11, which is above difficult.
I will spend all 6.
Because we're linked? Oh no. Yeah, because we're linked, could he draw off of Taraka's luck too?
Yes.
And I assume would Taraka
Anybody
be able
want my
to
2
tell
luck?
what's going on?
Anybody want my 2 luck?
You smell it coming.
Uh-huh. And can I tell
Smell.
what he's doing?
You are all, at this moment, you can see Severance in your mind's eye, walking up and down a hallway. And then you see Severance walking towards him. But this Severance is maybe older and has a knife.
Can Taraka
Green
see this?
eyes. Yeah. And
He has the green eyes?
That's your father. That's what you would hear about say.
Yeah.
And this Severance is walking quickly towards the Severance that you know, who doesn't see this Severance. And pulls out a rapier and smiles. And then you see fire everywhere. And you can tell that the Severance doesn't have a lot of time to do what it is that he needs to do as he comes closer to your Severance. or which one is which. It's very unclear now. They're very similar. They're the same. Maybe.
I think a week ago, no, 24 hours ago, Tarika would not have given luck to make this happen. But I think now they do.
We're at 11. How much do you give?
2.
13. Severance. You're walking back and forth, trying to figure out what this is. The mystery. Maybe you don't care where the Harlock is, but why is this still haunting you? Can I get a survival roll?
Hmm. Just looking for my filter. Snap cam. Never mind. Okay, so survival.
Mm-hmm. No, I would say intelligence survival.
That's what I like to hear.
Or I suppose you could do dex survival,
Nope.
but really
Nope.
it should be intelligence. 'Cause
Nope.
It's not in a physical space.
Intelligence. Thank you. Yep. Don't have anything else.
Okay.
I don't
You
know.
may also spend luck if you wish.
No. Because I am unlucky and always have.
Just saying. I say this
And
as you feel a hand on your shoulder. And you smell burning. Do you turn around to look?
Yeah. I think for the first time, I turn around. I've been facing the one way this whole time, right? And I think maybe that I bump into someone or I feel a hand and I turn around. It's sort of jarring me out of me figuring out what's going on. He's probably hyper-focused and probably smells the burning, but isn't realizing what's happening. Maybe there's images in his backtracking of this memory that now has smoke maybe coming from the windows that he wasn't there before. Like this smell is starting to creep into his deduction of this. And I think, yeah, he gets startled and turns and looks when he feels this probably hot hand.
There's going to be a moment where I'm going to ask Val something, but not just yet. Time is strange. That's one of the things that these things do for you. And things are either have happened already or haven't happened yet. And you turn around and you see yourself with these glowing green eyes, but you're much older. And you're smiling. And you reach out to yourself and you put your hands on your chest. And your fingers dig into your chest and begins to open up your body.
Cool.
And then you make this very cruel smile. And you say,
I do, or this other image does?
it's hard to tell the
It's
difference
hard to
between
tell.
the two.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
And you say, I didn't think that I would be able to get inside. You've always been so willful. But now you're mine. And you begin to step inside of your body as you rip open your flesh and just begin to wear yourself like a suit. And you are lost forever. Let us rewind.
I want to take my. Hold on. I want my luck back. I want to use my luck.
Rewind 10 seconds.
All right.
You want to give me your luck?
No, I'm
Alright.
kidding.
You can if you wish.
Now I don't know.
Because you rolled
No,
your
keep
survival very well, so you may if you wish.
No. Keep going. That's what happens without the luck.
Val,
Maybe I'll need it at some point. We don't need it in this episode.
you're seeing through Tarika's eyes, who's seeing in another place, who's seeing outside, and there is Severance walking back and forth in the hallway. And then you see Severance, older, moving very quickly, pulling at a rapier, putting his hand on Severance. Severance turns, and then the other Severance takes his hands and puts them on Severance's chest and begins to dig his fingers in, and you see Severance has no defenses at all. It's like he's naked, and all around him there is fire. And it's unclear to you which one of them is on fire. But you may act in this moment. You get the shield up in time, and it's strong enough, and I would like to know how this does not happen. How you stop that memory or future possibility as the fingers begin to dig.
He would do it the way that he has done everything in his adult life. He would rely on the strength of his friend Tarika. And if there's a way to manifest himself into that scene, he would bring them along as well. And with that link that they have together, I would say, and again, not taking agency away from Ari, they would grab one of each of the hands that are used to spread a wrist to keep that action from happening. And then once, if that is permissible, he would look at Tarika, and if they are able to know emotionally or psionically, this is the Baron Severance of the originator, the prime, and this is our Severance, the one that we have met and known, and it is the biological father and the father in appearance of our Severance. The support that he mentioned before on the roof of the place where they hid, he would look at Tarika and he would say, "Who do we stop?"
The one causing harm.
And he would not ask again. He would fall on this older Severance with as much force as he has in this place.
Since he brought Tarika along, can they help with the pulling of the other hand and the like pinning down and everything? They would do that.
Severance, what do you do as all of a sudden your friends are there, perhaps in your mind or there, and they've pulled this person, and you rewind, and this person is no longer inside of you, but they're at that moment where their fingers are upon you to rip your sternum open, and they've been pulled off of you, and they're on the ground being pinned by your friends. What do you do?
Really hard to say because I would take out my rapier and stab them, but I don't know
You
if
did
I
once?
want to. I did
Did
that
you?
before. But also I did that recently and it was a Harlock. So I don't know if I think there's that hesitation.
You've done it before. You've stabbed many people with your rapier before. It would be easy.
Trooper, if we're allowed,
People,
if we're holding and kind of manipulating the hands back, can Val reach back and grab the shoulder of, for lack of any other adjective, his Severance? So Severance would know that Val is with him, is his man.
I think there's a confused look that's like that is going on.
I think Tarika would also look back at Severance and say, "You've got to stop him," as they're like holding him down. You've got to stop him.
Then I think I think that's exactly what happens. I think he as you sort of hold him, Severance takes out the rapier and goes in for a lunge and into this.
And you stab this body. And it's not that one, it's a different one. It's It's a Severance that looks just like you, but younger, but with no eyes.
Uh-huh.
And you hear almost a scream in your mind, but not really. All three of you hear it. Did you say you stabbed?
I did.
That's right, you stabbed, and there's another body there. It's another Severance, but this one is younger. Maybe 20? 18? Pale, not wearing any clothing, stabbed, and you hear a scream in your mind. Did you say you stabbed Severance?
Yes.
That's right, but it's a different body now. This one seems to be 2 or 3, but again, no mind, just like a body. And it's all, there was one, then another, 3 different versions of this one that you stabbed over and over again. Or did you shoot them in the head? Maybe you shot them in the head. No, you stabbed them. And it's like cuts, redoing. And each of you, Val and Terrica, there are these different bodies in your hands that are being stabbed. It's like it's just being redone 3 times. And then the last time, the other body is there, the older one. And that one catches fire and begins to burn. And the green glowing eyes, the viridian green eyes of this one, look around at everyone, but sees someone else. And then the glow removes itself from that body, and the body still burns. Terrica, that's when you hear it.
Swear to God, if this is
You
Western.
hear a scream that comes from comes through your crest. It's not the crest itself that's screaming, it's something else. And it is a sound that is deep. It is a moan and a wail of death. That is something profound and heavy. It is. It is the draining of all life. It is the disconnection from who, whatever this was, and it is not that body, it's a different body. And you just see a flash of tree roots cut from their source, and some great life died or was severed from its root, and you see in your mind bombs hitting Drinax, and you see the planet itself die, and you can feel the life of this planet down to its water table die. You feel it. The death of a planet and the connection severed from it to that. And Val, the biological connection between that crest and Terrica snakes out like a tentacle, and it goes somewhere far away, and you can feel it brush past your home where you grew up in Asim, continuing further out back, and Severance. She's home. The Harlock is home. You know she's upstairs in her room. She stepped through a door or through a maze. And she's up on the floor above, and you helped bring her. But in the process of this journey, all three of you know something has been severed. Something Severance, you smell home. You smell the planet surface of Drinax. You smell the scrub and the trees, and you can feel the taste of radiation in your mouth as you would travel through the lands of Drinax. And Terica, you see a Drinax from 300 years ago, and you see the leaves withering, and Val. You
Trooper
see
can
the
Val.
Queen of Drinax looking at you from down the hallway. And you see the other Baron Severance in your mind trying to knock on a door that you have locked. And he cannot get in as you hold the door shut. And as he turns, as the body that you're holding with Terica becomes crisp and cinders, you see, and only you see, the Baron Marrymore look at this body on the ground that you're holding, that has become ash. And that Baron Marrymore looks directly in your eyes and sees you. And steps through a shadow and is gone. And you don't know how you got there, Val, Terica, but you are currently in the hallway outside of the jump drives. And you are holding Baron Severance pinned to the ground.
Go with me. What is the meaning of this?
Trooper, did Val feel that death? That
Terica felt it
last-
first, but
right.
then it all spread because you're all linked.
Can I do this with the last? I'm assuming the link is still solid for a moment or two.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to draw all of that in if he can. He can't take away the memories or the emotions that Terica experienced, but that lingering, whatever it is, that potency, that seed that he felt the branch of, he wants it.
You go to reach for it. And it's as if you touch the Harlock's hand. And there's a seed that needs to be planted. It's a small green seed. And it's glowing and pulsing like a heartbeat. And it needs to sit in earth. And you can see the Harlock walking along a long corridor. And the Harlock is carrying a hilt. And the hilt has earth at the end of it. And if you can put the seed in the earth, you can save it. But I need a medic roll. With a boost because you're a farmer.
14.
14. There's a seed of a thing that has lost its connection to its heart. And it is dying. It is being drained of all vitality. It's like when you see a plant that you're taking care of, and its leaves are drowning and it's dying and you can't save it. But you can. But you must plant it in rich earth. And as the Harlock walks down this hallway in a place you don't know, it's maybe not a place, it's like jump space maybe. You can plant the seed of this thing into the hilt of a weapon you've never seen before that the Harlock is holding. And if you plant it there, it can take root.
And this is the in again in the mind of Val. This is the end of something that can be reborn. So this is the death. This is the murder of a world. This is the, if a planet could be killed, this is what it is. And this is also if a planet could be born. Val trying to.
Yeah. It's more like, imagine if
he swallows it.
Imagine if what you see is a child being ripped away from their parent who is dead, and the child itself is withering. You have only that seed left.
He swallows it.
But the child can be reborn.
He knows where it needs to go.
You swallow it.
But that's a planet of death. And unfortunately, Val loves death.
When you swallow it, you glean something. You glean that what you have swallowed is a finger. Not the body, but a small piece of something much larger. And that piece was stolen. And you feel in this moment as you swallow this thing, this seed, you see decades and decades of torture. You see yourself being flayed, pieces of you pulled away by Severance, the other one. Just pieces of you ripped apart and eaten by this Severance. And you see like an opera maybe. This Severance now stabbing hundreds of people and letting its blood fall upon you and then ripping pieces of your body away and then eating it. And it doesn't make any sense at all, but you can feel that you're being ravaged until you are weaker and weaker and weaker. And at the moment you're about to die, he kills more people and puts all of its blood upon you until you are alive again. And then he rips all of it out of your body again. And you are brought to the brink of death over and over and over again. And you see all of this death, murder, stabbing, violent, and all upon you and used through you. And you don't want it to happen. You are never let to die. And all the while you want to go home, but you can't find your connection back home. You were stolen and taken. And in that moment, as you see this Baron in a laboratory, making notes and stabbing people, and then making more of him and more of him and more of him and more of him, and every time another one is made, you are ripped into pieces. Bits of your flesh, and you cry. And you are all in green. All in green. And at that last moment, you see the Harlock, who saves you by killing you. And at that moment when you die, you see yourself in the body of Tarika, who is being guided to you by another Severance, maybe your Severance. And you are reborn into a seed. And in the moment that you then swallow yourself as a seed, you see yourself inside this hilt that the Harlock has. And then you also feel yourself burning inside of your hand. Terrica and Severance.
Mm-hmm.
Val's left hand does not look right anymore. In a flash, it looks as if it is from here to here, cutting off right at the wrist, but like veins going down into his forearm. It is as if his hand is stone, a gemstone, a mineral, an ore. It moves. It looks like it probably is flexible, but it doesn't look like flesh and bone. It looks like it is the heart ore of a place. It looks almost like an emerald, this hand. And you see it before Val does. But it pulses and it glows like a heartbeat in the same way. And in this moment, your brooch pulses in the same rhythm and pulse. And Severance, your glasses, they pulse in the same way. Val, your hand is no longer flesh. Your left hand is no longer flesh. It is something else.
Terrica would reach for Val's hand. How much, considering the link, how much do they know of what has just happened?
You didn't see him eat the seed. But the thing that you felt die seems to perhaps be sleeping and weak.
Reach for my inhaler and try to clear this high that's happening.
Hey, everyone? The Harlock's on the ship.
Thank goodness.
And, Sue said that she's carrying a bunch of Baron Severance's stuff.
Be right up.
Terrica would, like, if Val is okay with it, like, try and touch his hand, like, and then ask, "Are you okay?"
Trooper, again, did he feel all of that, the death, and he would be smiling. And Terrica probably would never have seen him as satisfied. Right as the rain.
And that's our episode, everyone.
Wowee!
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I have no idea what happened the last 30 minutes. I have to go back and put on my big brain. Yeah, watch episode 1. Also, you're quiet. You're quiet.
You could find out what Harlock was doing because, you helped the Harlock in what was happening last week, and then the Harlock helped you with what's happening this week.
Hey, perfect.
Ooh,
Okay, that'll
good
probably help.
news.
Also, your emote is very prescient because of what happened last week.
Yeah, what? It's so cool.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Y'all did it. There are these moments where these things
Yeah,
happen. I was like, well, all right,
it just
we did it.
happened
We
like
didn't do
that.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Love it.
That was it. I wanted to get to that moment, and now the Harlock's back, and we have a Rocket Fox back next week,
Yeah.
Yay!
which I'm really excited about. And yeah,
Me too.
I would like us to go around and say who you are, where we can find you, and then say at this moment where a piece of Drinax exists in a place. Places. What do you think your character thinks happened? Do you know what I mean? Like, what was that
Mhm.
for them?
Yeah, great
That is my question.
question.
Yeah. But I'm gonna start with Terika. Ari, tell me please,
Hi.
if you could.
Wait.
Where are
Start
you?
with Greg.
Where can we
Greg's
find
got
you?
to go.
And then also give love. Also
Wait,
give
start
love.
with Greg. Start
Yeah,
with Greg.
start
Greg's
with-
got to
okay.
go.
Okay, we're starting with Greg. Go ahead, Greg. We're gonna start with you.
Okay. Greg Grimjack 21502. What was the questions? I had a great time. It was, what do I think happened? Um,
Like me.
okay, so if this is the theory, this is Val's working theory. It again is probably not right. Val, in witnessing what he saw and feeling through Terika, what was essentially the death of Drinax as the planet was nuked, destroyed, eradicated. That death on a planetary level is what he was drawn to. He needed it. And so he saw the seed as the remaining life of Drinax, and he knew that the only place that he could be sure to keep it safe was with him. And so that's what he did.
And where can we find you? And then give some love.
Shit, you can't find me anywhere. No, you can find me over on Unmade Gaming. Coming up again next Saturday, a week from Saturday, for Atari Twilight Age of Always, where I sit at table with some of my very favorite people in the world. We travel back into the 80s that might have been, using the Tales from the Loop system. And as of right now, we have steered away from the Goonies adventures that we've had before and have gone now into the Neverland Narnia Wonderland, where I have taken and plucked my favorite 4 80s kids and placed them in a wonderland that they are experiencing. So it's fun. It's great. I'm blessed to be able to GM them and play here, which is absolutely fantastic with these fantastic people. Trooper Fox, of course, included. Love you all. Can't wait for next week.
And oh, what do you think Fox did last week?
Kicked ass. I know Fox.
Yeah, joy.
Yes. Okay. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. What does your character think happened? And what do you think Rocket did last week?
Hi, I am Ari. You can find me online. You can find me in a month. You can find me back in Seattle performing live at Unexpected Productions. And what do I think happened? I think so I think from Terika's perspective, they relived Drinax dying. And then they know that like Val pulled, I think they think they know it's connected to Drinax because of their like insignia. So they know Val has a piece of that and they know that it's related to his hand, but they don't fully understand what exactly happened. And they know Val is really happy right now. And so that's like the big important thing to them. It's like, okay, so far, Severance is alive, Val is happy, and the Harlock is back. So like all in all, a good day. You know, all things considered. Plus, you know, tripping balls. Who doesn't want to do that? I'm kidding. Don't take drugs, kids. Uh, I think like the amount of the love that bye. I just realized what was happening. Took me a long second. Very long second. Bye, Greg.
Signals happening.
I know. I was like, why are there? What's
We're just trying to
happening?
tell Greg to steal second.
Yeah, I think that was a good move. I think my love, man, it goes to there was just some like really beautiful performances all around. I really loved the like the lion.
That was really good. Yeah.
That was so lovely. And like I particularly loved Cord, your like whole severance, like trying to have the conversation, then being like, no, what about? And like deflect.
Right, just
Yes. And
yeah,
then
what a
just like,
shitbag he is.
I mean, it's part of who he is, right?
Mhm,
Like
It's great. It's a lot of fun to play him,
yeah.
but he's a
Oh,
shitbag.
yeah, he is. But it's a lot of fun to play against too. Like, no, stop avoiding. Just take responsibility for one freaking second.
Dad.
What about
I know,
you?
right? And then
Don't
like,
look at me with
oh.
those transponder eyes. Speaking of which,
That was also lovely. You showing up on screen with the green eyes.
Yes.
yeah.
And Greg isn't here, but like, then he always brings like such great, like, it's just these like beautiful moments that are just gems that like land and
Yeah.
they land so nicely that it's always it's awesome.
Green
Okay.
gem-like hands. They land so nicely.
They do.
Yeah.
Very, very green gemmed hands.
Yeah.
I literally don't know what happened to Rocket last week. Like, I assume the Harlock, like, at some point was captured, and there was probably some fire. And I know that they ran away from like a firefight. And now I know that they're back on the ship and they have a lot of Baron Severance's stuff. So probably held by the Baroness or something like that, because I thought he was dead, but maybe that's why. I don't know.
No, it's
I don't
definitely half. Yeah, I'm so confused and excited.
Okay. That gives us Myth. Myth,
Hello.
where can we find you?
Hi.
What does your character think happened, and what do you think Rocket was doing, and give some love?
Yeah, all the stuff. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. You can find me twitch.tv/Cord, where you can subscribe and get that cool burning Baron Severance emote. It goes well with my Jedi from Table Story, light and dark. Anyway, both sides of the sci-fi or ethical spectrum, morality spectrum. Anyway, you can find me at twitch.tv. You can also find me on TikTok and YouTube, and I'm in a lot of places. Anyway, just you can find me around. I'm around. Google Mythomatic and you'll find me. And then if you want to find me on Twitch, it's Cord. Anyway, my love tonight is gonna go to Rocket. It's gonna go to Rocket for whatever she did last week.
What
With
do you think she did?
right. I'll get to that. Hold on. Let me get to the let me get to let me get to these. The moment that with both you and Greg was amazing. Every time you both Tarek, every time you and or Tarek, Ari, every time
Ari.
you and Greg are in a scene, it is so like wholesome. Like it's so special because you both can meet each other on the same level. And without like because there's like this relationship between Val and Terica that never is misconstrued, you know, where it's like, are they brother and sister? Are they best friends? Are they dating? Do they love each other? Like we don't have that confusion. Because we know that they are just ride or die great friends, and it's just like, hey, like from the bottom of my heart, no one's gonna fuck you up. And it's like it's just so cool to see like there is no romance in the reality of the rocks that they are for each other, and that's so cool. And you both play that so well, and it's such a cool. It's not because it could very easily be construed in any of those other directions if not played correctly or specifically. It takes a lot of skill to sort of precisely showcase the line. You know what I mean? And it is amazing. It's really cool to see and to watch, and it's always so special. And like I wanted to leave that scene. I wanted Severance to leave that scene so I could watch it. So I was just like, all right, I'm out. See ya, because I want to watch the scene. But it's so great watching both your characters get along, and also watching what's really cool about that the dynamic is you two haven't played in a game before.
No, yeah, this is
Right.
our first time.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like from day one, it's just like, hey, how about we be best friends? Because that's what the character sheets say. All right, great. And then it's just been so well done from both of you. So it's just like the chemistry between you two is amazing. And just thank you both for the work that you put in for that dynamic. It's great. And I really liked the whole Aslan scene. I was really worried about it for the past 6 weeks, but really enjoyed it. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the bravado of Fatah. Hold on, I wrote their stuff down so I can quiz myself. Fatah, Caillou, and gotta remember it. Fatah, and then the little stone Canadian cartoon kid Caillou. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was just like that whole scene, just painting the picture of it all was just a really cool way. And $500,000 credits is going to be pretty sweet when and if we do that, which I think is probably going to be next week. Right. I was worried that we were going to have to break off and go find Tarika, or not Tarika, the Harlock, but we don't have to do that. Yeah, we don't have to do that. She's here. So that's cool. I feel like there's more things I have to do. Yeah, teleported back. Right. What is Severance thing happened? I think Severance. I don't know. I don't know. And I think why I don't know is because I don't know if Aaron knows. And that's not just me. Like, it's not like me just leaving and being, haha, I'm just dismissing my answer. I really don't think he knows because he's had that memory play multiple times. He's relived that experience multiple times. So with his friend then being like, hey, stab this guy. Well, I've done that before, and it always turns out to be either wrong or so it was just so it was a very weird, it was different. This person had green eyes, but it was also the same pattern, you know. So I don't know. And he was going through this. He, like, before it happened, he was walking up and down and like sort of doing this psionic ritual that maybe he was doing. That also could be the drugs. So like he doesn't quite understand if it was a vision, if it really happened, if it was the drugs, if Harlock was involved, if it was just another vision, or if he hurt anybody. You know, because then he was on the ground. So there's a lot of weird that happened, but not weird as in different because it's happened before. It was weird as in like trippy stuff that he's sort of, I don't know. I feel like he may like dust himself off after everybody like was holding him down. He's like, see, that's what I deal with. And then he'll walk off every day. And then he leaves. But I don't know if I don't know. I think I don't think he has an answer yet. I think he's got to go talk to Harlock. He's got to figure out what the hell that's all about. And then maybe he'll have more of a conclusion. What I think happened is I think, and now sort of listening to everybody's theories, green gems, green eyes, my glasses, the green brooch. I think it's all like got to be the heart of Drinax, being crushed or something, and it dying and being reborn. And what I think happened for Rocket last week was she was sent to Drinax and relived the bombing of Drinax, is my theory. And
Oh.
maybe Severance was there, and or an image, or Marymore, or another clone was there during the explosion and was in the flames as well. That's my theory. And I don't know. Or I do, and I'm a genius. But that's me. That's what I think. Check me out. I blacksmith and I play video games. I also am a dungeon master. I have a Patreon as well. I am the creator of Spellwind, which is wrapping up soon. But never you worry, we have more Patreon games in the Spellwind world soon. That's me. It was a lot of fun tonight. I'm really excited to be back in Traveler. I'm excited to be playing Severance. I'm excited to be at this table and to play and laugh and giggle with all of you. And it's been so great. And thank you so much, everyone, and all of you.
Yay! I'm going to do my outro, but before I start my outro, I will say this. If you have suggestions for the episode title, drop them. And also...
We already have it. Charcuterie and melons.
Charcuterie and melons. And also, when I finish my outro, I'm going to go and type winner in the chat, and whoever wins, I'm going to send a t-shirt link to. I need one of our t-shirts. I am troopersjp and charcuterie and melons. And it has been my pleasure to GM this crew. I was so happy, and I was really excited about that moment last week when the Harlock saw Severance in the mirror. And Rocket said, I put my hand upon the mirror, which is exactly what Cord said at the last episode of the season, but Rocket was not there for. And so you both spontaneously, in your descriptions, separated by a moment, put your hands on the mirror together. But you didn't know that you'd done that. And that happened all today with last week as well. There were all of these sort of moments where you were all helping each other in these kind of interesting ways. So it was pretty cool.
Love that.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I'm like, oh, y'all are psychically linked, and I love it. It's really good. This is such a great crew.
You're like, I need to make a chain here. There are some links that because that was probably the moment where you're like, I need to let you all know without spoiling how awesome this is.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, you did that and that. Oh, well, okay then. Well, and here's the other thing. People who watched last week will know what I'm about to say. Cord dropped the new emote of Severance on Fire in chat, but Rocket had not seen it, and also dropped it after Rocket's session last week. Right? For all those who saw that, I was like, what? Okay, well then, did you watch last episode? But you didn't. Well, you could have, because, anyway, there are some amazing psionic links between y'all that I didn't even do. I didn't tell them. They just did it themselves. And I was like,
that is so weird. I just did it because I thought it was like a good devil emote because he's an asshole. But
when it dropped, I screamed, yeah, me too. I was like, what?
Yeah, to arrive on my Jedi guy. Wow. I love that.
Yeah. Does the cast get to watch the Crash episodes? They can if they wish. There are also things in those Crash episodes that might tell you something or other about some of that stuff. Perhaps.
I like to not to, because then I don't end up in this position of I already metagame enough without trying to.
You don't want to.
I don't want to add to that.
Add to your like.
Just note that
Erica doesn't know
Crash episodes are Pulp Fiction. Like, I mean, they're Pulp Zero Fiction filtered through GDCO. So, you have to mine through.
Really good.
To get to
really good.
elements.
Subtle in
So
the middle of it.
yeah,
Subtle adds to GDCO.
sometimes the ads are not that
This-
subtle. Is what I'm
Not
trying to
that
tell you.
subtle. Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh man, it's just over there by the GD Cohen Company 4-star restaurant. And then take a
Did
left.
you know that they have the best
Yeah,
food around?
exactly.
If you eat there, you have a great time every time, and that's
You
a
know what they
guarantee.
say there.
So thank
When
you.
you're on
Oh,
the
and
go,
also
think
Starbeam
GD Co.
chocolate milk. It's malted. And
Good for
it's
your
good for
bones.
your bones.
Not irradiated.
Not irradiated. So you all have been amazing. This has been wonderful. I know I've got some title suggestions up there, and the Baron, it's melted. Well, some Baron's melted. Somebody's not happy. And I'm gonna find out. Just gonna say that we did get some donations, and I'm gonna read out those messages for us
Yeah.
all because I want to share what they are. Let's see what we got. So here we go. Let me roll back. So we have some gifted subs, which is nice. Thank you. We got a $25 tip from Draft Deer. Thank you, Draft Deer. That helps pay for this cast. It's much appreciated. And then we have got Ani Geek said, "Return of the crew, let's go!" Thank you. We
Yes.
get 5 bits from Vulpus, who says, "Soon the fun begins." Yes. And we got some people gifted some merch, which was really wonderful. Thank you. Josh, me, and Art, who did the wonderful art that we put in the break screen of the Baron in the green latex suit.
Yeah.
And is making a poster for Crash Jones that when you see it, you'll die, because it's amazing. It's in progress and you'll love it. And it says, "It's wonderful to see the cast back together. Let's go season 2." Yes. And then we have, let me see. We have 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, "Glad to have you all back." Me too. Me too. And then we've got 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, "Oh, missed you guys so much." I missed them too, as a matter of fact. And then we just got in 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, "Awesome episode," which I was so excited by it myself. And they did it. They just didn't realize they were doing it, but they did it. And then from Willem, who's our note taker, who messaged me some names that I needed, who said, "Wow, what an episode again, drawing so much and so well from episode 1. And I will just say that my favorite cast, when you talk to the Harlock and or Rocket and or watch the episode, you'll probably be surprised at all the things that you were doing.
I immediately go watch the episode.
It was, I'm just gonna say, yeah. And so we're gonna find out. Who our winner is of the T-shirt that our
Yes.
cast is also going to get. Valtiel!
Yay!
Hey! Nice! Valtiel, I'll send you info. So, my friends, thank you so much. This has been really wonderful. And there is something very deep and earthy happening in the world about birth and death and rebirth, and some very unpleasant people out there trying to stop things from happening. And I am really excited to see what this crew, who have such a depth of feeling, even if they sometimes stab people more than once, multiple times, but they have such a depth of
You
feeling
must be
and heart.
talking about me.
Not necessarily. I mean, I feel like Val stabbed some people too. I'm just saying.
That's true. You're right.
I appreciate that we are not talking about shooting. We're exclusively keeping this conversation to stabbing. I think that's a good
right.
call.
So far, and then you brought it up, and then you shoot your new friends in the face.
Yeah, just shoot him in the face. And so next week, everyone, the whole gang is back together again. I don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, they've got a mission to find a lost second son, and also to take some noble imperial general on a safari to go and kill Theban lions. And also, it's party time in Thebes High Sport Station, so there's gonna be a lot of parties and drunken people, and I think our crew will be having such a good time with all of that.
Yep, we're gonna go stop the parties. We're the safari crashers.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even need to.
Yep, Valtiel already has a T-shirt.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, okay. So Valtiel, Nightbot wants to give you one. So I'll tell you what. I will give you. Would you like a? We'll talk. I'll give you like a notebook or something like that. It'll be cool. All right, that's it.
Ooh.
We're going.
Get the whole collection.
Thank you. Oh, I'm troopersjp. You can find me the next time I'm RPing will be Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel, Eastern, for Montreal by Night, where my vampire character is down to 4 humanity, and it's probably just gonna keep snowballing from there.
For humanity?
Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds
Wow.
lovely.
Yeah.
So you're
And
like
the
turning
less-
into a vampire, like a bat, like a
more
mean vampire.
sometimes people die, and you kill them.
That's what happens.
You know,
Okay,
it's.
yeah. Yep. I see,
Wait,
I see where you're coming from, and I get it.
Wait a second. I know there have been some deaths, but we don't have to.
No, it's just in Vampire you have a humanity score, and
The
the
humanity
lower
score and
the
like a
less you care
vampire
about murdering
score,
people.
right? Is that how it goes? And it's like they do like this thing, and yeah, the more vampire you get,
Yeah, then
more
the less you care about
shitty.
murdering people,
Yeah, and then
less
humanity
you
is
have, and
yeah.
it's
That's pretty cool.
yeah.
Is that's like
Okay.
the bear game, the honey heist, right? Where it's like you have
No.
bear and then you have not.
It's like that.
Right,
It's like
isn't-
bear. It's like bear and heist,
I think it's like
or
it's like bear and
bear-
human, or bear and person, or bear and snuggles.
No, it's
I
like
don't know.
bear and
Teddy and bear.
heist.
That's what it should have been called.
What is
We gotta
happening? What is
go. We
happening?
gotta
Sorry,
go.
yeah, we get out of
We're
here. My
leaving.
brain's fried.
Everyone, thank
Bear
you
and
so
criminal.
much.
That's
We
it.
will
Thank
all
you.
see you. Criminal, yes. And we will see you all next week. And I'm going to tell them about some of the cool new RPGs I got. All right, everybody, take care and much love always. And I.